Hello, 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 my beautiful souls, whoever has come across this video. And welcome here. If you're new, this is Ahimsa Healz channel, and what these readings are always and will forever be about is self-growth, healing, and a focal point on your own personal self-growth and inner world healing, exploration, shadow work journey. I'm here to help you level up in every way, shape, and form. So all the topics that I do on this channel is all about doing just that, helping you in your own self-reflective journey to bettering yourself as a whole. And welcome. So, okay, today we're going to be looking into the exact message that you were never able to fully hear until now, until this very moment. Whenever you come across this video, just know that this is what you are ready to hear at this moment. Because Source, your higher self, your future self, whatever is trying to come through to deliver this message for you, there's something important here that needs to be said. And what's actually very interesting, before I actually go into everything with you guys and we dive into the piles, I wanted to break down how we're going to be organizing this reading today, just so you guys are prepared and so I can kind of get straight into it and not have to break it down in each individual pile, all right? So the way that we're going to be doing this reading today, my beautiful souls, is we're going to be obviously taking a look at the very first thing, which is the message you couldn't hear until now. We're going to get into specifics there using a lot of different oracle cards that Source kind of intuitively guided me to hand select for this reading today. Next up afterwards, we are going to be understanding and diving a little bit deeper into it. So why couldn't you hear it before? So with this, we're going to see if Source wants to give us an origin story for why you couldn't hear it. We're going to see if there was any blockages. What was happening that kept you or held you back from being able to hear the call? And then thirdly, we're going to be looking at how to integrate this message that you couldn't hear until now further. So we're going to be looking into some practical steps, actionable steps, or maybe some emotional advice. It depends on what's to come through with the tarot at that point. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at any final messages from Source that wants to come through all together, okay? So that way you can leave this reading with something still in your mind. I want you guys to walk away from this not just having clarity, not just gaining insight, but having something that you can check off your to-do box down the road. Because when it comes to these types of readings that I offer on this channel, guys, I want you guys to really understand something. I'm not here to just give you entertainment, okay? There's a lot of pick-a-card channels that do just entertainment, and I'm not here to tell you or feed you what your ego wants to hear. I'm here to genuinely help you evolve. Because I have one mission and one mission only on this planet, and genuinely, I believe with my whole heart and soul that it is only healed people that help heal this world. And the only way we can do that is if we heal ourselves, or we work together to heal the collective, one soul at a time. And the only way we can do that is if you're here now listening. And let's just dive into it, okay? So, as you can see, these are the cards that allowed you to select maybe your pile during the thumbnail when it came to you ending up to click on this video. So we have pile number 1, pile number 2, and pile number 3, and these are the significator cards for each of the piles today. If you happen to not notice yet, I actually do have a crystal here that ended up wanting to come through while I was setting up and preparing the table, my altar today, to do this reading for you guys yesterday evening. I have a collection of many different minerals, stones, and crystals with me. And this was actually in the display case. I was looking at it when I was getting the cards ready and selected for this reading and stuff. And it was calling my name. I felt like this has to do with a big theme for anyone, no matter what pile you end up selecting or ended up choosing. You guys, you beautiful souls are the chosen ones to get this crystal. This is what's known as the chocolate calcite crystal, and I felt called to look at the meaning, the biggest significance revolving around this stone together, so we can get a little bit of some hints and clues on what the overall theme for everyone's reading is going to be about today, okay guys? So let us take a look at that now. All right, so I got my handy dandy premium ChatGPT set up, and basically I just asked it, what is the most significant meaning for chocolate calcite? So we're going to be looking at this together. So we entered, and it's going to go da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, so I'm going to read it out aloud for you guys now. The most significant meaning of chocolate calcite is its association with grounding, stability, and emotional healing. The key symbolic meaning is emotional stability and transformation. Chocolate calcite is often seen as a stone that helps people gently release old emotional patterns, build resilience, and move forward with renewed confidence. It connects to the root and sacral chakras, reinforcing a sense of safety, belonging, and creativity. Now, some additional associations is grounding energy, confidence and motivation, and healing and comfort. In short, chocolate calcite's most significant meaning lies in its ability to ground you emotionally while encouraging inner healing and personal growth. Okay, guys, this is interesting. Let me just put my phone away. Chocolate calcite is exactly what my YouTube channel is all about, and exactly what these readings or these messages that you couldn't hear until now are going to kind of help us reveal. So I'm just going to place this up on my selenite wand, and we're going to dive into this, okay? So if you haven't had enough time to really select your pile yet, I really want you guys, and I encourage you guys to take a nice deep breath. Maybe take 4, inhaling through the nose, focusing on the inflation of the belly, holding it at the top for 4 seconds. And then allowing an HA sound at the mouth, exhaling all the air out, allowing your shoulders to melt down, deflating the belly, and doing that 3 more times at your own pace. I encourage you guys to give yourselves a moment to center and ground yourselves so you can select the card that you feel most drawn to. There's no right or wrong answer here. If you end up feeling drawn to 2, there's a reason, okay? Don't second guess where your intuition's trying to guide you, where your energy's trying to guide you today. And if I didn't mention already, which I always freaking forget, and it's extremely important, especially when it comes to my pick a card readings on my channel, please, whoever you are, my beautiful soul, I highly, highly encourage you to have a pen or a writing utensil, a journal, and something to take notes with, whether it's with your phone or actually something to physically write something down in, okay? So without further ado, let us dive into your readings, and I will meet you in your chosen pile. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1. So if you happen to end up selecting this pile when it comes to the exact message that you could not hear until now, then you already know that this is your significator card for today's reading. That kind of gives us the overall theme and energy revolved around this message that you couldn't hear, or maybe even the theme that's happening in your life right now. There's something here that's going to be important to extract while we continue to dive into your reading together today. All right, so here is your beautiful card of kindness with my modern Nirvana Oracle deck. And with this card, there's a couple things that I noticed. Not to mention that the chocolate calcite crystal, for the energy revolving around the entire theme of today's reading, is the crystal of chocolate calcite. It's about emotional healing, right? And grounding and stability to be able to embody more personal growth for yourself and transformation. This card is already depicting to me a lot of different things. There's a depiction of, okay, so instantly for some reason while I was looking at this kind of like blue cloak over her head, my throat kind of felt tight or dry and tight at the same time. Like, I don't know what just happened, but I'm like, I feel like I gotta take a sip of water. It's making me uncomfortable. So there's a couple things coming through pile number 1. And the first thing that I can energetically channel right now that might be happening, there's something that wants to be said to you, or there's something that you want to say to someone else. There's something that wants to be, or not even to someone else specifically, but like a truth. Some urgency to want to self-express in some way, shape, or form. There's some sort of release that's happening or wants to happen. It still feels contained in a way, as if you're protecting yourself from getting hurt by not saying anything at all, but your heart, I'm picturing someone who literally has a heart made of gold or like fire. Like, it sounds so weird, but literally how my head is depicting this heart is the sun, like our sun in the solar system, but it's in the shape of a heart. Like your heart is a sun on its own, and it warms up anything around it. Anything it touches is also what I'm hearing. But this heart was also meant to warm you up and keep you safe and become the center of your own world, if that makes sense. But it's contained. There's some sort of energy coming through here for you guys, pile number 1. What is that saying that's coming through? It's not all things that shimmer is gold. What is it? What's that saying? If you guys know what I'm talking about, tell me in the comments, please. Just say pile number 1 and then tell me. Not all that glitters is gold. Is that what that saying is? I don't know. That is coming through. Like there's this weird, like you're so misunderstood. There's this feeling of being misunderstood. Like people don't get it. They just don't get it. They don't get it. I don't know what it is. They don't get it. Like I don't even know what they don't get, but it feels like they just don't get it. Like there's a shrugging, there's a loud sigh, there's an acceptance here of just like, no one's ever going to understand you. No one's ever going to see it the way you see it, feel your pain the way you feel. There's something here about acceptance or sucking it up or feeling like acceptance, but not in the healthy way. Or maybe it is a healthy way in your eyes because it keeps you from suffering emotionally and mentally. But like you've accepted your fate, quote unquote. Because I don't really believe in fate. I believe that we control our fate and our destiny and all that. But it's like you've accepted it. Like you feel like that's it. I don't know. I got to suck it up. I got to deal with it. This is the cards I was dealt. I don't know. Let's take a look. I'm very curious though, because this card, and I put it in your chocolate calcite. This sounds so weird, but the energy of it, it feels like, you know when magnets aren't matches, so they kind of repel? It literally feels energetically like my hand or even the card. I don't know what it is, if it's my hand or the card. There's trouble with moving forward. There's trouble with leveling up. There's trouble with growth right now in some arena of your life. I don't know if it has to do with love. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because of the rose. And in her hand, I don't know if you guys can see, but the rose itself in this hand, like her fingers are kind of like red. Like they're sore or they're like hurting. Or maybe even because we can't see it, maybe under her fingers themselves are thorns, because every rose has thorns, right? And that's why her fingers are red. There's so many different ways to kind of analyze this and break it down. But there's some sort of inner suffering here in this card that keeps coming through, pile number 1, that I definitely want to look at further with you. So let us take a look and just kind of dive straight into it. Let me see where I can place your significator card, because we're going to need as much space as we can get. I just want to make that clear. So I'm going to leave it up here for now. I'm sorry if you guys can't see it that well. And then depending on how much space we have, how many cards Source wants to pull out for this first portion of your reading, which is diving into what the message is that you couldn't hear until now, we're going to see where we're at, okay? And we'll see if we can bring the card back down onto the table. But with that being said, we got a couple decks here, guys. I'm going to warn you on this, that we're going to be diving into when it comes to this first message, or this first part, sorry, of your reading. First message. Why did that want to come out of my mouth? Okay. There's something that is kind of being schemed in my head right now. I don't know what wants to go down, but the fact that I said first message, maybe it will have meaning to it as we continue to dive into it. So we got 4 decks here. My Malefic Lenormand deck, my Spirit Medicine deck, Clarifying Life Situations, and the Sacred Traveler's Journey deck. Okay, so we're going to be diving into all of this. Let us just take a nice shuffle for all of these to gather your cards, and we'll start revealing them together. What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now. What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? Okay. This card also wants to come out. All right. So we got 2 here. This one feels important, so I'm going to leave it here. It feels like this came upright. I didn't take a look at what it was, but the fact that it came upright, I feels like it's going to want to be revealed first, so I'm just going to keep them separate. All right, next up. What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? Okay, again, we have 2 cards coming out. For some reason, with this deck, the back of the deck wants to be revealed, okay? So I'm going to be, for some reason, it feels like it wants to be connected. It's going to give us further clues and insight on this kindness card, okay? So the back of the deck here is the number 12 with Hunger Moon, Pisces, Rosettes, and Elders, with a wolf in the center. All right, the number 12 endings. Interesting, the number 12 in the 12th house has Pisces energy as well, but there's also martyrism here, victim mentality. And that kind of reminds me of this card, Hunger Moon. We're gonna have to look at the booklets. I do have 2 of the booklets for the Malefique Lenormand deck and also the Shaman Wisdom card. So we're gonna look at that a little bit further, but let us just continue on shuffling just so we can dive into everything a lot quicker, all right? What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? Okay. Is there anything else that wants to come through? Oh my God. Wow. Did anyone see that? Okay, so, what just came through in my head, don't get the cards that came upright, only get the cards that are face down. So I checked, there's a card that fell on the floor and it's face down. So these are the 3 cards for you. All right. This one wants to be revealed sideways. I don't know why. So the cool thing about this deck, by the way, if you don't understand why I said sideways, is it literally shows 2 different meanings depending on how you get it. And I already shuffled them like the fancy way before I started this video. So that's interesting. All right, so we got the cards out here. This one wants to go up here. You got these, this one, and last deck to shuffle. What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 1 couldn't hear until now? Perfect. So we got 1 card coming out over here. So before we dive into all these cards, let us take a look at the ones that wanted to come up first. So before we start looking at the Malefique deck as well as the Clarifying Life Situations card, let us turn to the meaning for this card together. So we have the number 12 with Hunger Moon. All right. So we have Pisces, Rosette, Elder, February 19th to March 20th. I am Coyote Moon. I am the end of the cycle of winter. Winter, death, rebirth happening. Now is the time for transformation from the quiet, sleepy time of cold to the ravaged much. From the quiet, sleepy time of cold to the awakening of spring. The hard winter has ravaged much. It is time to remove restrictions and to go beyond your normal abilities and develop your metaphysical skills. Look to past knowledge, events, and lives for new understandings, ultimate realities, and wisdom. Be poetic, but don't forget to laugh at the world and yourself. Coyote is a little bit of a trickster when I think about my medicine card deck that I have. But with the moon, Coyote moon, it feels like you're tricking yourself currently. Pile number 1. We're going to keep that in my head for now, okay? And I'll continue to put everything together, combine it all together as we continue diving in. So, for the Malefique Lenormand card that wanted to come through, we have Bear with the number 15 and the 10 of Cloves. And I believe the Cloves is Wands, so the 10 of Wands. There's 4 eyes on this bear. And the fire in the mouth, there's obviously a lot of rage, but this feeling of protecting oneself. Like he has his claws kind of over his stomach, and that's a sensitive, vulnerable area. So there's this state of protection, protective state right now. And what's kind of interesting is the hand positioning for this bear is reminding me of your significator card positioning. Like kind of like protecting something. And what's interesting is the fingers are coming through again. Like they're both standing out individually. The red hair, for some reason, is also reminding me of fire. And what's funny is I was talking about like the sun heart, and there's like this fire, and I said something wants to be spoken, and I was thinking about throat chakra, but the fire's coming through the mouth. So there's a lot of interesting little things coming through. That's kind of further, oh my God, the card fell. Sorry. Further clarifying things for me. All right. So we're going to look at the meaning after we reveal the rest. So we have bear, and then the card that wanted to come sideways, meaning that both of the messages on either both ends of the card are going to be valid for you. For the message that wanted to come through that you couldn't hear until now, we have worth the effort. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Knowing your dedication will lead to rewarding discoveries. See, there's like a hesitancy to grow, and like you're just accepting your fate. Slow climb. You're getting there one steady step at a time with a little bit of effort. Okay, so maybe you're also trying to protect your peace, perhaps. Okay, so interesting. Bear, protect your peace, because I said protection twice, right? Worth the effort, slow climb. Bears are very strong. You're very in protective mode. The message you couldn't hear until now. Let us take a look and see some of the information for the bear. All right, so we have power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory or family. Strong character, protection, power, leadership. Sorry, I was just absorbing everything. But then the number 15, right, in Major Arcana is associated with the devil. And then that feeling of deception with coyote. Oh, I said wolf earlier. I just realized it's a coyote. My bad. Coyote deception. The devil can kind of do that to us. With the slow climb and worth the effort. We're going to have to continue. But I guess the first thing that's kind of coming through is whatever or wherever, whoever is trying to deliver this message to you right now, pile number 1, I feel like it is source. Or like some sort of council, spiritual team of some kind that's coming through, and they're preparing you for something where you are going to feel like you are going to have to quote unquote hustle to get it right. I don't know why I'm hearing to get it right. To get it done, to get it right. To get it right is resonating more with me. And you are kind of like dreading it, or you feel like, I'm hearing that some of you guys that selected this pile already know what I'm talking about, or there's something here where you're like, oh, I think I know where this is going to lead. This kind of like this weird gut feeling when it comes to like, as you listen to this reading, you're like, oh my God, like I think I know where she's going to go with this, but I don't want to hear it. There's this weird feeling of bracing for it, energy, because you're a lot smarter or more intuitive or spiritually connected than you realize to the things that you can't see or foresee. Like you can foresee into the future of your life because you know kind of how like the laws of the universe work. Like you know what you put in is what you're going to get out. Like you know the frequency you emit. Sorry, I was yawning a little. You know the frequency that you emit is what's going to kind of attract certain like frequency things to you. Like there's something here where you're kind of aware, like you have a good chunk of knowledge regarding a lot of things when it comes to the laws of the universe. The universal laws, maybe manifestation, things like that. But you're hesitant, or you have been hesitant in the past to try hard this time or go all into something this time around. For some of you that chose this pile, it feels as if you guys have gone a half into something, not all the way in the past regarding something. I have no clue what this is. Make sure that you plug in the messages that are coming through as you see fit into your own specific situation or circumstance that you're experiencing right now upon the road, because everyone's thing is going to be different, okay? I'm trying to like kind of translate what's coming through and make it as universally resonant as possible so that it's easily, like you can easily plug it in to your situation. And there's like this weird level up energy that's coming through. Like you're about to grow exponentially once you accept this journey. Again, that feeling of accepting your fate is coming through, but now for like different reasons. We're going to have to continue diving in, but that's what I'm seeing so far. And not to mention that chocolate calcite is also about responsibility and like self-reflection. And the color chocolate with the bear, it's just kind of funny. Like I feel like it's adding further emphasis with this bear energy. In this like kind of position where you're like protecting yourself. All right. Let us reveal the rest of the cards. So this clarifying card wants to come out first. So we're going to read the message that's upright. So we have, another fire focused. Whoa, flames of passion. Let the flames of your passion light your way, but be mindful of the fires they may ignite in your journey. Again, that feeling of fire, like remember, it's a big ball of fire, that sun in our sky, exploding lava, all that, solar flares and things. So flames of passion, you're using your heart to guide you right now, or there's something you're being prepared for. Again, this like journeying, when I think of this car driving through the fire, you're being, what's the word? Prepared to go on some sort of like passage. Again, like that feeling like fire, like the hair with the fire. I was seeing the sun heart. There's a lot of things kind of clicking into place. We're going to have to continue here for a shaman wisdom card. We have the number 63 with the term earth, feminine earth. I believe that's a turtle. Is that a turtle? I can't tell if that's a turtle. I think so. The 4 directions. 63 adds to 9. But then I'm also thinking of 333 because 3 times 3, or 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9. So 333 might have some sort of significance. I highly recommend that you guys look up the most important symbolism when it comes to the number 333. I feel like there is a message there for you. And before I dive into the Shaman Wisdom cards, I'm gonna, for the rest of them, and like the booklet in general, we're gonna just reveal the rest of the cards out first. So for the Sacred Traveler card, oh, interesting. We have Breaking Trail. A breakthrough is at hand. Yes, like there's something, I'm hearing trails ablaze, like something ended, something is ending to be something else to be renewed or reborn, or something about relit, reignited, restarted. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm thinking of a sunset in the back. Like there is, with every sunset, there's a sunrise, right? There's a cycle, some sort of cyclical nature at hand here. I feel as if you are officially ready to break some sort of cycle, pile number one. And Source is coming here to tell you, like, you're ready this time. Like, you kind of held yourself back from going all into this transformation of some kind. We're going to have to, again, keep going. But there is a lot of, like, synchronicities with these cards. I don't know if you guys can tell by now. Because Breaking Trail is also reminding me of Sagittarius. Because, well, the 9th house, 6 plus 3... it's about like learning and education and gaining wisdom from your things of the past. And that's kind of what Hunger Moon was about with Pisces. Because the 12th house is the most intuitive house of all the house placements or house systems in astrology. For the last clarifying life situation card we have here, the one that is upright, give up control. Release your grip on outcomes. Embrace the present moment's wisdom. And there's like this cloak around the woman. And so this is kind of, again, reminding me of like someone trying to like protect their peace or protect them, what they consider to be peace enough. It's enough peace to make you feel somewhat decent. And this is like their protection for it, but there's still so much that wants to be said. And it feels like the mouth, again, is being like emphasized in both imageries. Give up control. Like, you're really like being told to like release some sort of anxiety about, is it gonna happen all over again? Because it's not, unless you yourself allow it to. Because there's also this feeling of like responsibility here, that like you're responsible for how it ends up. Does that make sense? Okay. For the final Shaman Wisdom card, we have, oh, interesting. We have the number 1. So it is about a new beginning with Crow Moon, Aries Pots, and Child. There is a new beginning that is being birthed. And a message that you couldn't hear until now, pile number 1, is the fact that you are the one that is going to hold the container for this new beginning for yourself. And you know that this time it could be different depending on how you act regarding it in the moment something happens. Does that make, I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say. Like there's this feeling of, I'm hearing the definition of insanity is when you repeat the same thing over and over again and keep expecting a different result. And you accepted your fate with the result. But Source, a message you couldn't hear until now, is that this doesn't need to happen to you. It never had to happen. You are meant to call yourself out if it continues to happen, because you're the one that's allowing it. You keep giving it permission. You're giving too much kindness away to the things that actually never deserved it in the first place. And what's interesting here is, remember when I told you like you're good at foreseeing the future or something like that, pile number 1? There's this feeling coming through where, I don't know if this has to do with connections or like a journey of some kind, but there's this feeling of like in the middle of it, whatever it was for you, you had a gut feeling that something was off, or something was quote unquote sus and you sat on it so long that it was too late and then something happened, or like you didn't take action, you didn't express it, you didn't share how you felt out of fear of being misunderstood or judged or like rejected or abandoned. There's something here where you're so scared of something happening, like getting hurt or some kind, or someone misinterpreting you, when in reality, that fear has only just been keeping you from speaking your truth at all. And so it's been kind of keeping you from being able to emit the right frequencies to attract the right things that you are desiring out of life. And you have been doing a disservice to yourself by trying to please everyone else around you, or being a version of yourself that you think is acceptable by most of the masses, versus you just being you and sharing your truth and speaking up when you feel like you need to, or when you feel uncomfortable, you share how you feel. Like there's this fear around that though. The fear of being misunderstood just keeps coming through. But in order to get what it is you want, you need to give yourself full permission to speak your mind or say what's on your heart. Because the more you allow the release of like words to come out of your mouth, I know this sounds weird, but bear with me. The more that you allow words to come out of your mouth, like it's gonna feel like some sort of emotional release is coming through. And slowly, little by little, you're gonna start building some sort of inner power, inner sense of security with speaking your truth, to the point that it's going to allow you to like get something that you want. I'm hearing, I know what I want when I want it. I don't know why, but it's coming through. And in order to embody the true feminine earth energy, we have to flow, right? And the only way you can flow is if you give up control, because control is coming from a fear-based way of thinking. Okay, let us reveal the last card, and then we'll look at the meanings for the Shaman Wisdom, last two Shaman Wisdom cards, and the final Malefique Lenormand card. All right, so we have man with the number, sorry, I'm trying to make this focus. Man with the number 28 and the Ace of Hearts. So the Ace of Cups. But this man does not look cute. There is something sharp shooting through. Deception. Obviously this looks like devil because of the horns. 15. The Devil, Major Arcana. Ace of Cups though, and the number 28 adding to 10, completion. Okay, let us look at the meanings here. So let's look at the Shaman Wisdom cards, because I revealed those first. So we're gonna do this in order. We got number 63. All right, 63. Okay. With feminine earth, I am the earth. I am mother. I am grandmother. It is from me that all life comes forth. I am the great turtle. Ground yourself through me. Learn from me the protective instinct of care and nurturing, the formation, the formulation, gestation, and development. Through me you can see the beauty and gentleness in all that exists. I am the foundation, the very beginning. It is within me that the shaman journeys for knowledge and wisdom, the timeless flight of ecstasy. I am the lower world. I am the fifth direction. I am ancestor. I am the root. I am the female, the magnetic, the yin, the left side. Yes. Okay. So again, this message of going into your past, and the 12th house is also a feminine based energy, right? Pisces, water sign, cups energy. There is this weird, and then the 9th house is about journeying, and there's a traveling. Pile number 1, I feel like another message that's also coming through. So I guess there's 2 messages, what I just shared earlier. And then secondly, I feel like a lot of you guys are about to go through some major spiritual awakening or dark night of the soul. If you guys do not know what a dark night of the soul is in terms of spiritual community, I do have a video on that. Highly recommend. I believe it's called how to turn chaos, or how to turn something into a spiritual awakening. I honestly can't remember what it's called off of the top of my head. But I highly recommend you guys check it out. I explain exactly what a dark night of the soul is. I share my own personal experience so you guys really understand and how to like go through it. So, because I really feel like knowledge is power for you guys, there's a lot of wisdom that you're being meant to, or called forward to download within yourself based off of what you've already experienced thus far. I keep hearing cyclical nature. So there's some sort of massive pattern that has to do with a lot of the things that we dived into so far already, pile number 1, when it comes to the message you were never meant to see or able to see until now. And so I really want to make it clear. I'm also seeing, like, when it comes to this card, the Flames of Passion, this reminds me of someone entering the gates of HE double hockey stick. And that necessarily isn't a bad thing. Because I'm talking about the devil, right? I said devil-like energies all over here. And now that I'm seeing that, it's like you're being called to dive into the depths of your subconscious, the dark, the underworld of, that's what they call it in like indigenous stuff. When you're diving into your subconscious, the darker side of you, your shadow side, like there's some sort of shadow work thing that's about to break through for you. That's going to help you uncover a lot of the things that were keeping you in some sort of cyclical nature. That's going to give you permission to start moving forward. And only then, until you give yourself full permission to access those deeper parts of who you are in your inner world, pile number 1, will you actually be able to start feeling like you're moving in the right direction in life? Because I feel like there was some sort of weird standstill for quite a while. Maybe you felt, like I said, there was this feeling of accepting your fate at one point. Or at least when I first started like diving into your significator card energy. And it's as if you thought that you had to stay stuck in this thing forever. But that was all deception. That was you tricking and fooling yourself into thinking this is the way. The veil over your head, you have to take it off now. It's time for you to see the truth. And with Crow Moon, let us take a look at that now. So it's number 1. Okay. So 1. No, this is not 1. 1. Okay. So we have Crow Moon, March 21st to April 19th. These dates, by the way, I forgot to mention, might be important to you. Aries, Pod's child. I am Crow Moon. I am discernment. I take various shapes and forms. I am power in your ego and in your center. You are under my light, and I see what is really going on. Be sure to keep your ego in check and operate from a strong center. Remain grounded and secure in your own self-reliance. Keep earth, wisdom, and healing at the forefront of activity. Crow is a spirit messenger. Listen to your intuition and look for subtleties. Okay. Again, there's this idea of like chocolate calcite, the crystal that we dived into at the beginning of your reading when it comes to the theme. That's 100% coming through, but it's like trying to keep you grounded. And actually that makes, oh, I forgot to mention this. So when we were reading this, it was talking about the underworld. And in my head, instantly, I'm thinking about a chakra, the chakra system. And when it comes to chakra psychology, I'm thinking about the root chakra specifically. You guys are about to go on some sort of journey with that. The chakra system, whether you believe in it or not, pile number 1, I use the chakra system in a psychological and insightful way to help people journey inside themselves and get to understand themselves with one chakra at a time. And we start at the root always. I always encourage people to start at the root. You are about to begin this, commence this for yourself. And the reason why I just remembered, to share this with you is because I realized that this is a container, this is a pot. And normally when I think about the example I use to give people regarding the chakra system, when we're building the foundational triad, the first 3 most important chakras in your system, the root, sacral, and solar plexus, it's about fear, guilt, and shame. Those are very important things to tackle to build your foundation. The foundation
is the pot, and the pot is what holds the water, which is the element of the sacral chakra, the second chakra. And the element of the root chakra is earth. Okay, so we had earth here, but we also have a pot there. And you're being called, and number one is the first chakra, you're being called to center yourself, keep yourself grounded, and allow yourself to journey through. This is the only thing that's going to give you permission to do this. And this is where there's a thin line between fear and strength, or being strong for the wrong reasons. And I think that's why the bear came up, and it's the number 15, because there's a deception here that you're kind of doing to yourself. You think that you need to like protect yourself, pile number one, for a lot of different reasons. But you're also, in a way, by doing this self-protection thing, defense protective mechanism, survival mechanism within you, that was wired off of like fear-based stuff, you're also self-sabotaging yourself into a hole that's keeping you from being able to level up and transform and grow on your journey and evolve and be able to actually attain the things that you were seeking and break out of this cycle. It's like this, oh my God, I don't know what just happened in my throat, sorry. This was all like subconscious. You had no clue that this was happening to you beneath the surface, is what I want to make clear. But now you're ready. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why you couldn't hear it. Obviously, we're going to look into that a little bit more in depth, but that is something that is coming through as well. And then lastly, we have the man card with the number 28 adding to 10. This is just also confirming to me like the 10 of Wands feeling. Like you're releasing this burden, because remember, when it comes to the 10 of Wands in tarot, traditional tarot depiction, it's a person carrying a bunch of wands on their back. They can let go of those wands whenever they want. They don't need to take them on their journey or their destination, but they think they need to. And a lot of it is a self-doing. They're doing it onto themselves in the process. Okay, so for this, we are going to just look at the final card to put everything together, because maybe there is a person involved. So we have man with the Ace of Cups, a man having connection to the question. Okay. This can also be a masculine energy-based person, yang-based energy person. This could be a person with a lot of charisma. This could be a person with a lot of like stamina. Maybe they're kind of outspoken. They have a lot of fire and like spunk to them. And it's hard for you to get out of their grasp, or maybe in the past it was, if it does have to do with a person. This might not have to do with any person, pile number one. I want to make it clear, just because the man card came out doesn't mean it has to do with a person. This can be your own character development that you're going through, where you're going to start embodying more yang, sun energy focus. That's why maybe the fire is coming through in a lot of these cards. Because in order to move forward, you also need to have fire and yang focus energy, not just yin, but you also need yang as well to find harmony. And maybe you've been too much in your yin, but for the wrong reasons, because there's wounded feminine and wounded masculine energies within all of us, right? And it's about kind of unraveling that, but the only way we can unravel that is by getting to the root sources of all those things. And you're about to go on a journey of that, but the only way you can go through it is to release. Release the control over it. Understand that whatever is meant to come up during this journey, pile number one, source wants you to understand that there is an exact reason why, okay? You were meant to uncover, with this person digging up a shovel, uncover a lot of things, but the only way to go through it is forward and in it, okay? Whew, so this is a lot so far. This is intense stuff. Let's get some clarity now with some tea leaf cards and my rune cards, yin yang oracle, and some chakra wisdom cards to see why couldn't you hear it before? Okay, thank you. Did you just see that come out? Okay, that was funny. I have another pile because there's like 200 cards in this. So why couldn't pile number one hear this before? Okay, thank you. The back of the deck wants to come through. Don't know why. Let's see it. We have feather. Someone you know is undependable and insincere. Wishy-washy is coming through. Don't know why, but then that's also reminding me of the Seven of Swords, and then it's reminding me of deception. Okay, I'm going to keep the thoughts to myself for now. And then I'll tell you what I'm seeing in my head after we get the rest of the cards out. Okay, so why couldn't pile number 1 hear this message before? Okay. Next up, we have my chakra wisdom. Why couldn't pile number 1 hear this message before? Okay. Wow. Okay, this came face up because it wants to be seen now. We got throat chakra, and I was telling you about this, and we have the word bittersweet. We have birds flying through. What's interesting, though, and what's coming out, first thing in my head that I see are these, I think, doves, and they're white. Crows are black, okay? Black and white, yin and yang are black and white. There's some sort of integration coming through that's going to be bittersweet. And I think that's also why it's hard for you to express it, because you know, though, oh wow, and then the symbolism, like I love the art in these cards, guys. Like you can see this person is smiling, but they also have a tear running down their face. Like, and the birthday candles with the birthday cake that I believe they want them to blow out. It's like they're encouraging them to let something out. And they're stalling. There's no blowing facial expression on their face, this person. It's hard for them to embrace that there is something that needs to be released in order for this new beginning and celebration to begin, for more inner peace to come through. But there is a hesitation for it. And this is just giving us a lot of confirmation of what I was sharing earlier about speaking. So why couldn't you hear it before? Let's actually put, we're going to pile everything on. I'm just letting you be warned, okay? So why couldn't you hear it? We have bittersweet. And then, actually, I don't feel called to use this deck, so we're just going to stick with these cards. So why couldn't you hear it? For another tea leaf card, we have mule. Someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Literally, this was me describing you, pile number 1, earlier. Someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Calling you out hard. And remember I said you had to call yourself out? This is kind of funny. All right. Slow climb. Mules kind of move slow too. Like you don't need to go fast. It's like you were bracing yourself for something, a very negative experience. But like through this, you gain so much insight, so much wisdom that you're going to be so grateful for it. Like you're going to get to look back at this period in your life and you're going to be like, oh my God, like I wish I did this sooner. I wish I gave myself permission to experience this sooner. Next up, we also have separation and longing. And I believe in this picture, I don't even know if you guys can see it. It might be a little too dark for you, but I think it looks like broken glass on the floor. So, and what's also intriguing to me is that there's like a little kitty horse thing here, but this is a grown woman and it looks like she's grieving. And I just realized that I think she's in a wedding dress. So there was something that was going to be pure and like beautiful here, but that all changed. Like marrying yourself, falling in love with yourself. There's this feeling of like you weren't ready because you were stuck in the sauce of it with something else at the time. Like you were in smack dab in the cycle. And that was a big reason why you couldn't hear this message before. Pile number 1. I'm hearing that a lot of you guys have gone through some sort of gaslighting trauma. And there's this feeling of like something, someone, somebody may have tried to fill your head up with a lot of lies and things that just weren't true about who you are. And like they used to, like you got really good at blaming yourself for a lot of things and had trouble like not taking the blame. I don't know why though, like, and maybe that's why the significator card for you guys is kindness, because it feels as if a lot of you guys just sucked it up and accept this to be your fate. Like I said before. Like you really thought you were incapable of growth because of something that was filling your head up, or experiences that may have filled your head up. Like
Like I said before, it does feel like a lot of you guys, whatever this message is regarding or what it's about towards, pile number one, it feels like a lot of you guys try to go like put like one foot into this experience before and not both feet in. And so the results you didn't get the results you were seeking. And so because of that half effort, you think that if you do the full effort, half effort was already hard enough, but the full effort's going to be worse. I don't know what it is. There's like this weird, I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. I feel like the ones that get it are going to get it for the right reasons. If not, just drop it and then continue listening. Okay. Lastly, for the cards that we have here is Archway. New opportunities, possibilities, and paths opening up, and it's breaking through a wall. Yes. You were in the process of walking away from something, or in the process of releasing something, embracing some sort of new idea, realization. Breakthrough is kind of confirming that to me, like breaking trail with Archway as well. Possibilities, paths opening up. Like there was a different perspective being brought to the center for you. And you were too focused on that. Like you can only, I'm hearing for you guys, pile number one, like you guys can only absorb like so much information at once because you guys try to like look at the little details and like then look at the bigger picture in time. But it takes baby steps for you guys to get there, or else it gets too overwhelming too fast and you'll back off. So what's actually interesting, I feel like this is taking us straight into how to integrate the message, which is the third part of this reading. One of the things that Source really wants you to know in terms of the message you couldn't hear until now, we dived into it. But in order to integrate this whole experience you're meant to go through, pile number one, you got to take this step by freaking baby step. Your nervous system, I'm hearing, is extremely frazzled or overwhelmed. It's taking in too much new information, and you're not giving yourself, or maybe you are trying, but it's hard because maybe you have like other fiery energy people around you that are inspiring you to want to be better. And I'm hearing a lot of you guys, I don't know, there's so many things coming through right now. Oh my God. Some of you guys are obsessed with social media and you judge yourselves. You compare yourselves to like the progress you're making. You think the progress you're making in life isn't fast enough or isn't enough to be where you're at, the age you're at, whatever it is. And you're so hard on yourself that you try to be like everyone else and do things like everyone else does, or like people online maybe say, this is how I do this. And if you do it like this, you're going to be successful. So you try to do it, but it doesn't work for you because it was never meant for you. It was only meant for them. And so you're trying to like be something you're not. There's just so much like unintentional pressure that you've been putting onto yourself. And you got to be careful with that. This is still such a new beginning for you. Pile number one with this message that Source really wants you to know, like in order to properly integrate it, you need to take baby steps because your system is on information overload right now. Maybe you've been having epiphanies, breakthroughs, realizations about your past that are overwhelming and hard to acknowledge. As I'm recording this, there's actually going to be a full moon in Capricorn. I'm recording this in the beginning of July, even though I am dropping it in August, but this is a timeless reading. And coming up actually tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Today's Wednesday. Yeah, I believe tomorrow or 2 days from now, there's going to be a full moon in Capricorn. And the Lionsgate portal will be opening. And I don't care when you are watching this. If you are watching this and you're hearing the words, it doesn't matter if the portal happened months ago or it's about to happen for you or it didn't, because I'm going to be uploading this later. Regardless, I want you to hear this because it's important to you. The number 888 is coming through. I think it's going to be an important number for you guys to look into the message. But you got to look at 333 first and then 888 and then combine the messages together, the meanings of them together to get your full message. That's coming through specifically for you guys. Secondly, this is about releasing something that's been holding you back from being able to do something beautiful in your life for yourself. People have held you back for so long that you have started to hold yourself back. And there is a reversal for your destiny happening because of these breakthroughs and realizations that you're starting to experience. But it is very overwhelming. So like I said, to integrate it, the first step you need to do is take baby steps. Obviously, we're going to get a lot more information together right now, actually, to just continue with the insight. So
Actually, before I pull out, no, let's do that actually. Okay, I have a couple different decks, so I'm trying to see where Source wants to take me. We're going to be looking at tarot now, pile number 1, to see exactly how you are meant to integrate this message a little further. So maybe baby steps is going to come through again, or maybe we're going to get even further insight. Let us figure that out now together. So how does pile number 1 integrate this message? How does pile number 1 integrate this message? Okay. No clue how many cards we got out. Back of the deck here, we have the Inventor with the Man of Crystals. I know this deck is insane. It's beautiful though with the collage. So this is what's known as the King of Pentacles, the Inventor. You're definitely downloading a lot of information right now. You're integrating things you have learned. This is the journey you're going through. A card, let me try to pull these cards out. All right. So the card that came out for you here, upright, is negativity with the 5 of crystals, 5 of pentacles. Sorry, I just realized I mixed this up, guys. Okay, this is not the pentacles. This is funny. It fell, and this is, I know you guys can't see it. It says bear, so I thought that was crazy, the way the cards just fell. But, this is kind of giving me like, that had to happen. The mind and what your body's trying to tell you are two different things right now. When I mean my body is your nervous system literally is trying to download and rest and sit still, but you're so afraid to sit still because you know more things are going to start coming up and being rerouted. And you don't want to reflect on them. You don't want to look back at them. You did a lot of things to forget about it. Maybe some of you guys are into escapist tendencies, some sort of addictive behaviors. There's something you do to pass time when you're not doing much that you use as a way to not remember things or like heal. There's like avoidance here that's very heavy, and that's why, another reason why that message had to come up, and it was meant to come up now. But Man of Crystals is actually the King of Swords. I just realized, my bad. So there's like protection standstill happening here. All right, so again, sorry, this is the 5 of Swords with negativity. There's so much conflict in your head right now. And remember when I said your nervous system is like overwhelmed? Remember, your nervous system exists, like there's nerves and things like nervous system pathways and all that. It's all connected throughout your body, but it is then plugged into the brain, right? And so there is a lot of things going on that you're downloading, things are being integrated. There's a lot of trauma that's like stored in your body that needs to be like released. And that's why I said the first step is to do baby steps, because that's what's really going to give you permission to be able to take your time, right? Remember it said what? Slow climb, because you're meant to take your time. Because the slower you go on this journey and you honor your pace, the timing at which your nervous system and heart wants to move through this journey at pile number 1, that's going to be the right pace for you to get the most success, reap the most rewards through this experience. And secondly, it's going to keep your nervous system from freaking the F out. So embodying more self-awareness through this time is what's really going to benefit you. So to integrate this message further, pile number 1, you are being called to practice more self-awareness and noticing like those little signs or signals that happen in your earthly body when things are about to go south. Like if you are prone to panic attacks, anxiety attacks, I feel like some of you guys are that chose this pile. I am hearing that you are being called to explore that. Like notice the little signs in your body, the little signals that your body tries to give you right before it happens. I'll give you a personal example for me. I don't have panic or anxiety attacks anymore. I find that, isn't that even crazy to say? Like I actually get 0. Like I haven't had them. I think the last time I had an anxiety or panic attack was probably
like close to 3 years ago, or a little under 3 years ago. And I believe it's because I have given myself permission to really listen to my nervous system. For you guys, pile number 1, some of you guys deal with that. And I am hearing the first step is learning the signs. Oh, sorry, that's what I was saying. Sorry, I got ADHD, guys. Okay. I start sweating. Like, I start getting like really hot right before I start, I know I'm going to start hyperventilating. And I just get like heat flashes. Like, I just get very hot, overwhelmed. And I start like wanting to grab stuff or like pinch stuff. Like, that's usually what happens to me. I know that everyone's experience to entering a panic attack or anxiety attack of any kind is going to be different, but I am hearing to notice the signs. Check the signs, practice more self-awareness. That's going to be your first step. Second step is the baby steps. But we have 1, 2, 3. This one wants to come out first. 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 6 cards. Sorry, guys, my throat's like really dry for some reason. Okay. First card we have that wants to be revealed is disappointment with, again, another 5 with the 5 of Cups. I'm looking into the collage. Something tried to bloom. Again, that rose is coming through, but it didn't work out the way you had hoped. Next up, we have, and now the King of Pentacles comes up, the Man of Worlds, achiever, running, the number 1, interesting. Is this Jupiter or Saturn? I can't tell. There's a journeying though. Wisdom. Getting things done, getting SHIT done. Being the first person to accomplish this. You're trying to you gotta make yourself proud right now. Okay. So, next up, we have, wow, the number 9 coming through again, confirmation that this is about a journeying. We have the Hermit, inner journeying, exactly. Wisdom, ancient knowledge, sacred ancient knowledge, marrying yourself. This is reminding me of wedding rings, and it reminds me or bands. And this is reminding me of that girl in the bride dress in the separation and longing card. There's a bunch of wisdom that's trying to come through for you. And the only way you can unlock that wisdom and reap the rewards and get what you want, because the Hermit comes right before the Wheel of Fortune and Major Arcana, which is where you control your fate. The only way you get to control that again in the right ways, not fear-based ways, but in the ways where you feel powerful, pile number 1, is through going on that inner journey venture, and you're being called to the plate. Last 3 cards we have here is fulfillment with the 9 of Cups. Celebrational drinks. I'm seeing wine, beer. There's a lot of different white wine, celebration, berries, blueberries, antioxidants, powerful, revitalizing, a recharge of some type. This is precious. This is fragile. This is something sacred that you have been wanting for yourself. And it is hard to grow. I am hearing for you to, again, the number 9, I just realized 999 might be of significance for you guys. Pile number 1. And then also the number 27, because 9 times 3 is 27. And then also equals 9, I just realized. Okay. I wanted to say though, this is something that Source is trying to let you know. This journey is going to be hard. You're bracing for the right things. I want you to understand, yes, okay, If this is what you thought this reading was going to be about earlier and now it is, like, okay, you win. But Source is trying to tell you, like, it doesn't need to be as hard as you think it needs to be, because you're the one that's in control at the pace at which you move through this dark awakening. Because this is the part in healing that is not fun. Everyone tries to bypass it. Everyone tries to skip it. But then look, they always end up where they were. They always end up back up where they were again, all over again down the road, because they try to skip the most crucial steps. And the most crucial steps are the most uncomfortable steps to experience. So I am hearing, like, this is something that you need to embrace, because yeah, like, you have gone through a lot of stuff, but a lot of those things that you have gone through are helping you gain the knowledge and get what you want. Remember I said, like, you're getting what you want. I told you the Wheel of Fortune is right after the Hermit card in Tarot. It's about changing your fate, changing your destiny. Nine of Cups is a wish fulfillment card, guys. You are meant to reap the rewards of what it is you're seeking, but the only way you can do it is by going inside. So it's like baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. Last two cards here, we have the Universe, which is also known as the World card in traditional tarot. You are the universe, pile number one. You are in total control of everything that you think you are not in control of when it comes to your own mind, when it comes to your own thoughts, when it comes to your inner world. You are capable of a lot more than you realize, but the only way to do that and to believe that about yourself is to take this slow. I feel like you're going to get empowered. Like, there's this sense of empowerment that you're going to get to experience through this process. Pile number one, once you give yourself permission to go at it slowly, like, as long as it's consistent little steady gradual steps, that's what matters. Lastly, we have the Chariot. Yep, this is the journey. Mars, sign of Cancer. I'm just looking at all these different pictures. Like, you're on your way to find freedom. Whatever the meaning of freedom is for you, pile number one, you are on your way to finding it. True inner freedom, true inner peace. So yeah, it is through baby steps, because you're meant to complete this karmic cycle for yourself. This loop of self-sabotage you are meant to break, and you are going to break it. It's just, don't let your nervous system get overwhelmed in the process. And the only way to do that is by controlling it. Remember, you are in control of your own body. You are in control of your own system. You get to tell yourself how far you're willing to go, how many steps you're going to take in a day. Remember, you are in control. No one else is. The world isn't, okay? God isn't in control of your steps and behaviors, okay? You are. So, with that, let us finish up your reading, my beautiful souls, to take a look at the final messages from Source coming through, because that was very intense. And by the way, I am feeling a nudge to share this with you guys before we start getting deeper into this. I want to let you guys know that currently I just recently finished up creating my own little website for what I do, for what Ahimsa Healz is all about. I do highly recommend that you guys check out the link in the description box below, or if you click on my channel, you're going to see the link attached to my channel itself. And if you guys are too lazy to do any of the above, actually no, I was going to show you guys a business card with the QR code, but I'm like, wait, Bridget, that's not going to make sense. Never mind. I was like, maybe they could scan it. No, it's a video. But, oh, actually, maybe you can, because you got to take a screenshot and then go to photos. But anyways, I'm not going to do it. I'm too lazy. So, what was I saying? Yes, I highly recommend that you guys check it out, because there are a lot of things in there that I feel like can really benefit you. You know, I recently just started my healing journey with social media to also help spread my mission out to the world, to help others heal. And when it comes to Instagram too, like, I'm on there consistently. Like, if you're needing additional support, online support, like if you have the social media issue with that addiction with doom scrolling, like I mentioned, for some of you guys, I feel like you guys deal with,
Having some positive stuff on social media can also help. So when you're doom scrolling, quote unquote, you're going to get to see more positive, supportive, nervous system, healing focused content and informative stuff. Things that can help you on your path, not hinder you or hold you back, where self-comparison can get in the way. This fear of being misunderstood can get in the way. So I do highly recommend that you guys check out all of that stuff I just shared. And let us get into the messages from Source, okay? So we have my Starseed Oracle cards that want to come out, and then we're also going to pull out some little sliplets of paper messages that I wrote while I was recovering from extraction of wisdom teeth. All right, so before we pull out those cards, let us get out a Starseed card that wants to come through. So, final messages for pile number 1. Okay, that was quick. All right, so we have that. And then let us get final messages for pile number 1 with these sliplets. So final messages for pile number 1. Final messages for pile number 1. Okay, beautiful. All right. So before we look at the papers, let us look at your Starseed card that wanted to come through. We have baby steps, action. Oh, I said baby steps, guys. I'm tripping. Sorry, I just realized. Oh my God, baby steps. I literally said it. Confirmation from Source. Remember, baby steps, action. Follow your intuition before it makes sense. Yes, and take it slow, because no one else is going to tell you the best pace to move forward in your own life journey, okay? Only you know the answer to that, and you're going to figure it out in time, as long as you just keep listening to your nervous system, listen to your body, practice self-awareness, and that's going to help you know when the next step is to continue taking on this journey, okay? Let me know if you guys don't understand what I mean by that, by the way, when it comes to listening to your body. I can help you out in the comments below. By the way, I do have, just please, if you're new here, check out my channel, okay? I have a lot of videos and educational content on this stuff, exactly. So I just really highly recommend that you guys check it out. I really think it can help. It's just, people ask me questions and it's I can answer it to you in a comment, as a reply, but a video can break it down so much better than I ever can in one paragraph. You know what I mean? All right. So we have that. And then... and this is a portal. Yeah, you're entering this new beginning, but you get to choose how fast you want it to go through. You want to go through it. We have what? 4 different little messages. So take what resonates, leave what doesn't. I'm going to let these speak for themselves though. So for the first paper, before you give someone another chance, ask, have they earned my softness? Before you give someone another chance, ask, have they earned my softness? Interesting. Okay. Next up, we have, every time you say, I don't know, follow it with, but if I did know, what would the next brave step be? Every time you say, I don't know, follow it with, but if I did know, what would the next brave step be? Oh, sorry. Next up, you're not being dramatic. Your feelings are information. Yes. Sorry, it really feels like you guys have been gaslit. You're not being dramatic. Your feelings are information. Lastly, if you're still hoping they'll change, you haven't healed. Wow. If you're still hoping they'll change, you haven't healed. This keeps going back to a person. This is crazy. The fact that these little papers that I made, I just always are on point when I do these readings for you guys is astounding to me. Oh my God. Pile number 1. This reading was intense. It was very, very long. I appreciate you for taking the steps forward to grow, better yourself by being here till the very end, no matter whether or not you paused it and then listened to the rest a couple days later, whatever you had to do to grow and be on your journey of evolution. Be proud of that, because not a lot of people go or get to this point in their own life experience, okay? So I just want to let you know, pile number 1, thank you from the bottom of my heart for showing up to do these things for yourself. And just know that you have someone rooting in your corner when you go through this entire process, because I am a living example of getting to the other side of it, getting to where the grass is greener, per se, after you go through the shitty stuff that all this is gonna do. But trust me, it's so worth it. And again, if you need a reminder for that, like, because everyone can always say, yeah, I've gone through it. I do share my own personal experiences in my videos on my channel, okay? Like, I talk about a lot of triggering things that some people might not want to hear, because viewer discretion is advised. There's a lot of things that I've gone through, and I just highly recommend you guys check out my channel if you guys are curious to learn, because I need you guys to know that you are not alone. And I know gaslighting very, very well from personal experience, okay? So I send you guys so much unconditional love. You know, I'm trying to build a community. That's what my YouTube channel is all about. So if you are not part of that, please hit the subscribe button, because I'm just trying to help others remember that they can and always were meant to become their own inner healers in time. I'm just here to be the mirror for you guys to see that. So with that being said, hopefully I'll see you in my other pick a card readings to come. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Sending you so much unconditional love. Bye. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that allowed you to select this pile, this beautiful Nirvana card for my modern Nirvana Oracle deck, then you already know that this is the reading for you. Timeless reading, to be exact, when it comes to the message that you couldn't hear until now. So, interestingly enough, while I was preparing to record your pile, I did a little bit of somatic and nervous system regulation work before beginning this recording to kind of reset my energy from the previous pile I just did. And interestingly enough, when I was setting up the table, cleansing, reshuffling all the cards, getting everything set up for you guys, specifically pile number 2, I actually came across feeling called to bring out my beautiful Vesuvianite crystal. And this crystal is the crystal that's known to help you with courage, courage to embrace change that is essential and necessary for your transformation and for your greater good. So what's very interesting here too, when I was kind of like meditating on your pile and kind of like further preparing mentally to dive into this reading, because I have a feeling this one's going to be kind of heavy. I felt like this very intense energy coming through that is like hard to ignore. I don't know how to explain it. It kind of feels as if there's a lot of weight on your shoulders right now. And it's weight that is important. It's not like meaningless weight, if that makes sense. There's this feeling of morals, like a moral code, or like integrity. Just this feeling, like there's this feeling of like, you know what you're talking about. I don't know how to explain it. But there's a serious energy here. It's very serious. It's very different in comparison to the energy I immediately channeled when I started off pile number 1's reading, which was more like soft and kind of hidden, if that makes sense. But this one's like bold and strong, and it's energy that can pierce through someone's soul. It's very intense. There's this feeling of a climatic energy happening right now.
The fact that this ended up being your significator card with Nirvana, this is a symbol that you're meant to kind of meditate on to activate the energy of this card. So when I look at this card, pile number one, I meant pile number two. When I look at this card, pile number two, there's this feeling of a sense of initiation of some kind. Like you're here and you're about to journey to get to here, to reach a completion of some kind, or to find wholeness again. But I'm hearing like bass. There's a bass line. There's something that you're meant to reach for the stars for, reach towards the stars for, but there's still a preparation period before you do the physical reaching. Oops. And there's this feeling, sorry, I hit the camera if it's wobbling. There's this feeling of somebody who is like in the middle of preparing for this type of journey, or mentally like preparing at least. Like I'm picturing somebody looking at the mirror at themselves, and they're looking back at themselves and they're like, I can do this, like, come on. Like they're trying to like hype themselves up for something. And the courage, having the mental fortitude, like that's something that keeps coming through. What this is going to be about, we're going to have to look at the rest of the cards for that. So, but this is like a desire, something related to passion, something that drives you. It's a driving force. There's a lot of fiery, passionate energy here. Something's trying to start up and initiate. And you're like trying to set the intention for this initiation. I don't know how if this is clicking at all for any of you, but that's what I'm seeing so far. And like having to believe in yourself is very important for this whole experience or initiatory phase you're going through. Having hope that you can overcome it. Okay, I'm going to place your card up here for now. I don't know if I'm going to bring it down. It depends on how much space we have. Like for pile number one, I wasn't able to bring the card down. But that's what we're going to do for now. I'm going to place Vesuvianite right here. Okay. And let us just dive into this, guys. There's a lot of things we're going to be looking at. And specifically for this first part, right, if you guys were listening to the intro, which I highly recommend you guys do because I break down how we're going to do it in there. We're going to be using my Malefique Lenormand deck for this first portion, along with my Shaman Wisdom cards, Clarifying Life Situations, and my Sacred Traveler Journey deck, okay? So we're getting the Oracle cards out for these first two portions. So let me shuffle the cards and get all of them out so we can start unraveling this message together for what it is that you couldn't hear until now. So let us see what wants to come through. I'm hearing right off the bat, actually, this message is coming from your higher self, the most highest, the most healed version of you that you can possibly and we're always meant to become. No matter what you believe in. But the vision I'm having, I'm going to be straight up with you guys, whatever you might believe in, what your beliefs are, religious-wise or whatever. I'm picturing someone who's gone through many lifetimes, whether you believe in reincarnation or not. It's just the imagery in my head, okay? So plug it into your beliefs, into what you believe in, okay? I'm picturing someone who's gone through many lifetimes to get to this certain level of attainment for themselves. And they had to learn something many, many times to get to that point. But there's something new that this person is meant to experience in this lifetime that they they were never able to reach that level. And oh, oops, I dropped my candle cords. Sorry. They were never able to reach this level in their last lifetimes, but in this one they are. And like you're in the oh my God, I can't talk. Sorry. I'm like so tongue tied. You're in the initiatory phase right now. You're like integrating something. Something about past lives keeps coming through. This is so weird. Like, I never talk about reincarnation in my pick of cards. I try to make this as universally belief-based as possible. But there's just this feeling of like sacred knowledge coming through. Very important for this pile, I guess. Yeah, like, this is a big deal. Like, some of you guys feel like you have a really huge calling in this lifetime to do something big in the world. This is just for some of you. It might not resonate with everyone who chose this pile. It's just, there's something calling out to you and it's big. I'm hearing the word purpose. There's like some feeling of importance here. Very serious energy. All right, so let us shuffle the cards and just kind of get everything set up so we can start diving into this together, all right? So what is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? Okay, so we have 2 Malefic cards coming out. Let's continue. What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? Okay, that was quick. Oh, you got 2 here as well. What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? All right, so this card wants to be revealed right now, right off the bat, because it came up right, all right? So let us look at this together before we continue shuffling. So the message that came up right for you is labyrinth of choices. Chart your course through the perplexing labyrinth of choices, embracing each turn as part of your complex journey. See, like, there's this feeling of like something is guiding you through this labyrinth, like a weird intuitive nudge, this gut pull that you can't help to ignore. Like, it's hard to ignore it, but yeah, like this is reminding me of like a leash and something's like pulling on this like little handle, like it's a handle and it's pulling on it. Like you're being lured. Oh, look at the shape. Interesting. Okay. And I find that very like intriguing because like I said, it feels like you're reaching a new level where you're at right now that maybe you've never experienced before. Like maybe this is just, if you don't believe in reincarnation, maybe what this is saying, pile number 2, is that this is an experience. There's something here when it comes to this message you're meant to hear right now that you have never experienced in your life yet before. Like this is something very new. And it might feel kind of like unknown territory, but where there's unknown territory, there's also anxiety. There's fears that might come up because our brain is going to do everything in its power to keep us in our comfort zones because our brain is, aka our survival brain, the oldest part of our brain is hardwired to keep us in our boxes. You know, we're meant to, hack it, break the system, break the cycle on our own to keep evolving in life, right? That's how we evolve with our brain. That's how we make our brain evolve too. So that's interesting. That's coming through huge. All right. Let us finish shuffling this final pile. What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 2 couldn't hear until now? Okay, 2, I guess, again. I was trying to grab 1, but I guess you got 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, interesting. 2, 2, 2 might be of significance to you guys. The number 8 is coming through. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2 times 4 equals 8. 8, I think about the infinity symbol. I think about the house of Scorpio. 8th house, that's deep inner transformation. To reach nirvana, you go through the depth of the murky darkness part first. Interesting. Okay, so let us gather all your cards. Again, I don't remember if I finished explaining this. I have my booklets here, so we're going to use these to help us dive into the Malefique Lenormand cards and the Shaman Wisdom cards as well a little further. So we have this card coming out. Let us see who wants to come out. Okay, the clarifying card wants to come out next. So we have Cutting Edge. Slice through obstacles and carve a path toward your dreams. Labyrinth of choices, cutting edge. The letter C might be of significance. Choosing, cutting, clear, choices. Okay. C. Interesting. Slice through obstacles and carve a path toward your dreams. Yeah, like perplexing labyrinth of choices. Embracing each turn as part of your complex journey. Cutting edge, slice through obstacles. Like there's a lot of seriousness here. That keeps like getting emphasized with this. Okay. Next up, for a Shaman Wisdom card, we have the number 53 with turquoise, masculine/feminine, and the 5th chakra. Oh my God, that's crazy. Guys, look, 5 and 3 equal 8. That's a confirmation that what we've been diving into so far is taking us down that hole, okay? Or down that pathway, not hole, that sounds so negative. All right. This is reminding me of like wisdom and knowledge that you unlock within yourself, that you gain by going inside yourself, that you unravel, like the turquoise crystal. It's a crystal that's so easy to buy at a store and then only to realize years later that it's been fake this whole time. It's one of those crystals that can get replicated very easily to look like the real thing. I don't know why that came through, but it's just like this feeling of discernment. Like you need to be smart right now. Keep your mind sharp. There's this weird, I don't like warning people. You know, this is a reading about self-growth and bettering yourself, but there's this feeling of like being warned, like be warned, you're being warned. Maybe this has to do with the message. We're gonna have to continue to look. I'll reveal the meaning of the cards after we flip them all over though, okay? So I'm just gonna leave this here. I feel called to leave it there. Next up, for Lenormand card, we have Snake with the number 7 and the Queen of Cloves, which I believe is, cloves would be, I believe, wands. The Queen of Wands. Snake. Is this? We have cloves, diamonds. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Sorry. I was just trying to make sure. Okay. So the Queen of Wands. Queen of Cloves. And we have Snake. Number 7. Oh, that's interesting, right? Well, a snake does shed its skin. But again, like this looks like a vicious snake. Like there's this feeling of beware. Hissing, like a warning. You know how snakes, they kind of hiss and they do like a lot of different stances before they attack. Sorry, my throat. Actually, I'm lying. Snakes don't do that. They just come out of nowhere. I have no clue what kind of snake this is. There's just this weird feeling of beware. Warning. Okay, let's continue for a Sacred Traveler card. We have Reaching Your Destination. Your light is shining brightly. That's what I'm saying. Yes, like you're reaching a new level. Because you're in the midst of some sort of transformation right now, pile number 2. There's this feeling that you're literally in the midst of it.
And there's just this, look, pathway, pathway, pathway. Like it's everywhere in your reading. And these slants keep reminding me of like this card. Okay. The last Shaman Wisdom card we have for you. Wow, you got crystals. That's interesting. Pile number 1 got no crystal cards. You have obsidian with the number 52. This adds to 7. 777 may be of significance to you. I highly recommend when you hear any repeating numbers in my readings, I didn't mention this, look them up, look up the meanings, combine the meanings together to get one full message, but do it in the order at which I share it. So I believe I said 8 and then 7. So look up the meanings of those things and put them together. So we have obsidian number 52 with masculine 4th chakra and fire. 4th chakra is the heart chakra. What's interesting here is it has masculine energy and fire, so your heart is lit up. Some of you guys may have felt drawn to pile number 1 and pile number 2. I'm just saying that, want to make that clear. I'm hearing that you are extremely protected. There is a little bit of anxiety coming through when it comes to this new journeying, this new leveling up you're experiencing. That's very, very new. And you're being called to remember that you're not alone in it. That you have those nudges that led you through these different pathways and experiences. Those nudges aren't fake. You weren't imagining them is what I'm hearing. Like, it feels like your higher self is trying to come through, like the most healed version of you, to kind of like remind you, hey, like you are manifesting right now. Like we have been manifesting together. And you're doing this. You're doing it well. But at the end of the day, like you can obviously step back and stop this growth and this development you're experiencing whenever you want. But your higher self is trying to kind of nudge you to keep going. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. And this is reminding me again, like you're safe. Like there's this bubble. Obsidian is like one of the most strongest stones for protection and releasing negative energies. But there's still like this weird beware warning energy still. It's still there, but you're protected from it. I don't know. We got to continue. Second to last card is woman. We have the number 29 with the ace of spades, which is the ace of swords. Adding to 11. Using your gut discernment. Discernment keeps coming through. Discernment. It's so weird, like when I shared the thing about turquoise crystals, because like that's like the out of everything I could share when it comes to crystals and their meanings, right? I ended up talking about how it's the most faked out, replicated crystal that people sell for like cheap, even though it's like fake and not real. So that's interesting to think about. Okay. Next and last card we have before we start looking at the meanings and get into more detail, plug everything in together, my beautiful pile number 2s. We have whoa, this is insane. Sorry, my camera. Discovering truth. I told you, like discernment. You stand in the light of truth. Did you just realize something? Did you just have a revelation? You know what's so interesting too? It's about discovering truth, right? You stand in the light of truth. But then if you look at this picture, these two people are like saying, this is where you go, right? Like they're pointing this way, but you're going the other way. And you're proud of it. You have your walking stick, but there's like these two different ways. And discernment, use your own discernment. This is like all about intuition right now, pile number 2. Wow, this is why you're lighting up. Maybe that's why woman has come through. Usually with the woman card, I don't even need to look it up. Sorry if my camera's being a little weird. I've been trying for the last couple of pick a card readings I've recorded. I've been trying to do everything I can to get the best focus. like focus stuff on my camera for you guys so you guys can really read and see everything. So just let me know if you feel called to, if there's anything about this reading that has been annoying you so far regarding its recording and how I've set everything up. Please let me know in the comments down below because I'm always trying to do the best I can for you guys to get the best experience out of these readings and videos, okay? Because this is for your own self-growth, all right? Not mine.
Continuing though, this is super intriguing how a lot of things are coming through, right? And then we had fifth chakra, which is the throat chakra. We have the heart chakra, speaking your truth, something about truth coming through. Again, I really feel called to say, if you felt drawn to pile number 1 and 2, there's a reason for that. There's something, these are different readings from pile number 1 versus pile number 2, but there's similarities here. So maybe like if you did feel drawn to both, you might get some stuff from pile 1 and might get some stuff from pile 2, and you got to combine it and look at the bigger picture. There's a lot of like things here though. Very interesting. Okay. So for a woman, we don't need to even look at the meaning. This is usually about a connection, like the situation involves a woman of some kind, or there is womanly qualities here. There's grace. There's this feeling of needing to move with grace in the situation the cards are being dealt right now. Moving with grace allows you to not look shaky, quote unquote, in front of other people around you. There's this like importance coming through, channeled from your higher self, that like there's people around you that like some of them do actually like care, but I'm putting that in quotes because it still feels like I'm saying care, but there's a wobbly effect. There's still like a suspicious energy around when I say care, but they say they do care. But do they actually? I don't know. They do care, but like they get excited when they see you shake, your foundation shake, when they see you wobble, when they see you stutter, second guess. I don't know. Like there's this, someone is like craving validation in your circle or someone around you. It doesn't need to be someone that you talk to all the time. It could be someone that you work with in your work environment and somehow gossip gets around and they hear about what's going on with you. Like, I don't know. I'm just sharing what's coming through, guys. It might not resonate with everybody. But there is, even if it's not a coworker, whoever this is, whatever this is, maybe it's social media not sharing everything that's happened. There's like this weird feeling of like being careful what you share. Be careful what you say. Speak your truth, but you don't need to say every single thing to be authentically you. Does that make sense? Some things you can keep to yourself because that's where integrity lies. That's where dignity in a way lies. Like, you don't need to explain your worth to anyone else as long as you know what your worth is and what you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, you know your story, you know your truth, that's it. Like, that's all that matters. Because sometimes it feels as if pile number 2, there's something here that comes through where there may be a tendency to over-explain yourself or try to feel like there's this desire to prove yourself. Maybe that's why Vesuvianite wanted to come through for you guys. Because there's this feeling of like, I have to go do this and it's a big deal and everyone needs to know about it because then they're not going to take me seriously. I don't know if that makes sense. What you're doing is heart aligned, soul aligned, source led. There's no need to bring shadow wounds to this. Okay, let's look at the meaning of the snake first because I'm very intrigued by it, okay? So we have snake. Yes, exactly. Danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, and wisdom. And the fact that it's on page number 6, I feel like has importance. Like I'm thinking about give and receive, cause and effect, here and there, whatever and none. But there's this feeling of verses, like versing something. Competition? I don't know. Is your ego like trying to get involved in this situation? Or someone else's ego? You don't need to share everything. I don't know if you're talking to somebody that you're close to, you're telling them a little bit too much. And it's, I don't know, like, I'm hearing, this might not resonate with everybody. I'm hearing for some of you guys, you need to hear this. Just because they're important to you, or just because you care about them, they care about you, doesn't mean that what they're saying is right for you is right for you. It doesn't mean that they know exactly what the best choice is. It doesn't mean that they know what's best for you versus what you think is best for you. They don't know everything. So you don't need to always just believe them and take their advice because they care. Even if they have their best intentions for you. It's this is a time, a message that you are meant to hear right now that you couldn't in the past. Your higher self is trying to make you choose them, listen to them, work with them. You have come so far at a certain point and a certain aspect, a certain area of your life, it feels as if, pile number 2, and they have been kind of trying to hold your hand going through this process. You're in the midst of some sort of transformative experience or phase. And because of this transformative time, you're in a I keep messing up the words. Every time I say it, I get tongue-tied. Initiatory phase right now. And this initiation can only continue to take full effect and happen successfully if you continue to listen to what your gut is trying to tell you. Don't just shake it off. Don't just pretend it's not there. Don't wait till you have more answers. You have enough information inside you to continue and to believe it. Sorry, there's like thunder, so I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's like, whoa, intensity. Like there's this feeling of like intensity here. Again, I feel like some of you guys should also look up the meaning of thunder. Like the spiritual symbolism of thunder. I don't know, just look it up. Look it up and apply the meaning to what I just said when I mentioned the thunder, okay? Like whatever I said during that time, I feel like you need to apply the meaning of thunder to it. It's important. I don't know why. There's this weird feeling where like, it feels like I'm literally working with a counsel that wants the best for you right now. Sorry, my throat. And they're just trying to give you everything that you need to know to continue. Like, I feel like maybe this message is like the next step. This is the initiation. Whoa, this is exciting. Oh my God, I feel so blessed to do this reading for you guys. Okay. Next up, we also are going to read these 2 cards just to see and extract anything else we can out of them. So let's look at turquoise first because that is the card that came up. Oh, I just realized we have 52 and 53, so it's like ascending, like this, nirvana, growth. Okay, 53. And I shuffle my cards very well. Okay. So, for turquoise, feminine, masculine, 5th chakra, blue, all elements. I am turquoise. I am all encompassing. I have been transplanted here to relinquish my powers to my earth children for their eternal growth. Inner peace is created through me, as is awareness and focus. Take time to energize and express yourself verbally. Get in touch with Mother Nature. Ground yourself and express your artistic abilities. Be quiet, listen. You will understand how to free yourself from the everyday pressures and soothe emotional tension. I am all things. Whoa, this feels like, this is crazy, right? Because, okay, hear me out. The fact that when I was sharing like turquoise and what was coming through for me, and it was like all about deception and like warnings and like something scary. Not all is as it seems, like be discerning, right? That kept coming through. It feels, and the fact that the message, the meaning of it in the actual booklet is about like, I am all things, like be quiet, listen, you'll understand how to free yourself from the everyday pressures and soothe emotional tension. I'm here. I can tell you everything you need to know, this and that. They're opposites. This is a complete confirmation that your higher self is giving this message to you. Your higher self is speaking to you here. Your higher self is asking you to stay grounded whenever you feel like you have too many options or like you're getting overwhelmed. The 7 of Cups just came through my head. That's why I'm sharing this. You need to remember, in order to kind of go through the noise, you can't be sharing everything with those around you. There is weird people, weird energy-based people that are trying to, I don't know if they're, I'm hearing the word steal.
I was second guessing on saying it, but I'm just going to let source run through me. I'm hearing the word steal and I don't know what it's referring to, but whenever I hear that word, come on. No one wants to get anything stolen from them, whether it's their energy, their time, their love, their essence, their power, their skills, their resources. If you know what I'm talking about, pile number 2, you get it. Just be careful, be smart, and remember that you're not alone. I think I remembered sharing that with you. Like, you aren't alone on this. This is why this person changed courses. This is why there's a bubble taking them to their destination. Obsidian, like I said, is the most protective stone. You're on your path. And wherever you get overwhelmed with choices, it's because maybe you're listening and trying to get too much external advice from outside of you. You're asking other people what to do or what you should do. When in reality, you already know what you're meant to do. But sometimes there's an actual protective mechanism that happens within people. And I have a tendency to do this sometimes too, where if I like know what I have to do, like I know the steps I got to do to get to a point, and it's like a lot of steps, let's say. But because of that, I sit on it and I'm like imagining all the steps, and I'm trying to imagine or envision what it's going to feel like to experience it all and do it all, this and that. That gets overwhelming, okay? If we just live in our brain and just focus on all these things we got to do, what's going to happen? Instead of doing it and just doing it, regardless of the emotion you're experiencing at that moment, because emotions are just information, they're not fact. What would happen is you would be able to bypass getting into that like funnel of a black hole spiral that our mind tends to put us through, and keep yourself from shutting down and saying, I don't know what to do. Because in reality, you do. You know what to do. You've been known. Source and your higher self has been guiding you this entire time. Chocolate calcite wasn't a crystal that came out randomly while I was setting up for the entire theme of this reading for today's video. It didn't just come out for no reason. You know, it's a stone of responsibility. And you got the stone of courage coming through. Sorry if that scared you. You got the stone of courage coming through with my words, Vesuvianite. Like, you already know what you're meant to do. But in order to bypass the fear and the anxieties and the noise, is to stop sharing everything that you're realizing. Whether it's for one person or 1,000 or online, I don't know where it is. It just feels like there's something here that is meant to be kept to you and it's sacred. But journaling about it is good. That can actually help with the need to share. Because there's some sort of inner dialogue that wants to take place, I'm hearing. Like, that's going to continue to help you because it's literally going to feel like you're working together with your higher self. And maybe journaling about it is what's helping. This is so interesting, right? I wanted to dive into everything step by step, but how to integrate it's kind of coming through all at once for you guys. That's funny. Okay. Next up, we are going to look at obsidian. So for obsidian, we have, I am obsidian. I am teacher stone. I am here to teach you how to make positive changes in your life. Create good relationships with others, which will expand your inner growth and self-fulfillment. It is a time to use your full potential. Go within, meditate, develop your psychic gifts. Use me as the divining mirror to uncover self-deception and hollow excuses. My power keeps out the unwanted and protects from misuse, outside interference, and energy-draining situations. I am prosperity. Yes, energy-draining situations. Maybe there's things around you that are stealing your literal chi, your literal life force energy, your prana. Maybe you're avoiding the steps you got to take by putting yourself in other people's problems, trying to solve their stuff that isn't your own. Are some of you guys Virgos? Do some of you guys have Virgo placements, Virgo risings, whatever it might be? Maybe Geminis, Libras, they avoid conflict. What else could you guys be? Or have placements of maybe Pisces? But this doesn't feel like Pisces. This feels more like maybe you might have some sort of Capricorn placement. You might not yourself be a Capricorn. I don't know. I'm just sharing what's coming through, guys. But let us continue because I feel like we already understand. But why couldn't you hear this before? Like, why were you meant to hear this now? Maybe it's going to help us extract even more insight.
let us get some cards out. So why couldn't you hear this before? Okay. So we have some Rune Oracle cards, my Chakra Wisdom cards, and some Tea Leaf cards. They're in two separate decks because there's too many cards to shuffle in one sitting. So we're going to shuffle again everything and then reveal them all together. So why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message? Okay, we have 2 runes coming out. Back of the deck wants to be seen, so we're going to go with it. Back of the deck here is the Soilo rune. I'm in the process of trying to learn about runes right now, so I got these cards as beginners so I can use them more in depth, like the runes. Like I have rune stones that I want to use in time in my pick of cards, but these are good for learning them. The Soilo rune. So we have success, goals achieved, honor, the life force. The life force. Health, a time when power will be available to you for positive changes in your life, victory, health, and success. Yes, like initiation. That's kind of what this symbol is reminding me of. Oh my God, I can't say it. Initiatory time. There's a lot of initiation going on. Okay. All right, so let's get the rest of your cards out. Why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message before? Why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message before? Okay. All right. Why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message before? Why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message before? Okay, I'm shuffling this deck and I don't feel like it needs to be included, like at all. So I'm just gonna take the cards, the tea leaf cards that I have right now, and we're gonna move on. I don't know why, it just doesn't feel like that deck needs to be included. Because I told you I split them up to shuffle them more easily, but it just doesn't feel, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it wants to be shuffled. Okay, for the final deck we have here, why couldn't pile number 2 hear this message in the past? Like why just now? Okay, thank you. All right. So, for your cards, for a tea leaf card, we have hammock. Taking a vacation, physically or mentally. You didn't want to hear it. That's what I'm saying. Like there was avoidance. Avoidance. You're getting distracted. Okay, next up for another one. Dogs. Getting together with friends. But why is there 2 faces on this dog? Two-faced. Getting together with friends. Let's keep it as is for now. Next up. Quill. Get back to the basics. You weren't letting yourself. You just weren't giving yourself permission to. That's what's coming through right now, but obviously we still have more cards. For a rune card, we have the Jeddah rune. So the results of earlier efforts are realized. A time of peace and happiness, fruitful season that can break through stagnancy, hopes and expectations of peace and prosperity. But this doesn't feel like that. This feels like you were deceived into believing that. Okay, this is making sense now. Because, not to mention that these symbols are mirrored, right, to make this rune. And it looks just like the Suido rune. You're in the process of going through the real
Victory, success, goals achieved, life force, reaching your destination now. This is why it's the back of the deck energy. Sorry, I'm talking too fast. My words can't keep up with my mind. Back of the deck energy is the current energy of you right now, your essence right now. But these cards that came out, right? This looks just like that rune, but with they're separate, obviously, and they're completely different meanings. But they're similar in a way. But what's interesting to me, the fact that these two are mirrored symbols, and just like the dog, there's two of them. And then the way that I was sharing about turquoise, I was telling you about turquoise and how it's the most faked up stone, right, that people buy for cheap and sell it for more. But then when we read the meaning of it in the booklet, it was about inner peace and harmony and happiness, which is kind of what this card is saying. Expectations of peace and prosperity and all this great fruitful season timing. Like, all this stuff is pointing to the same stuff. But about a person, people, things. There was like distractions left and right regarding something. Labyrinth of choices. Yeah, like you kept having an opportunity to choose you again and again, but every time you had that opportunity, something would stop you in its tracks. You would literally feel called to just go somewhere else instead. Okay, chakra. Wow, this is a powerful card. And the fact that the heart chakra is coming out twice. We have the heart chakra card with grief. This is an intense card. But you can see this is radiating outward, the glowing of her heart. As she heals and allows grief to come through, peace comes with it. But it's hard. And I look at these stalks. This reminds me of like getting lost in it. It's easy to get lost in grief. And it could keep you, like, if you get lost in it, you're more likely to avoid it by doing other things rather than going through it and seeing it to the end. Because after you get to the end is where the real peace comes, not the fake peace that we do when we think we're good, when we thought we dealt with something, you know what I mean? But we actually didn't fully. And I think this is one of those cases where I don't know, like I said before, like, it feels like if there is people involved in this situation, pile number 2, these people that I said quote unquote care, maybe they were uncomfortable with your emotions and your truth. And they would try to be positive instead, be optimistic. They would try to get you out of your head rather than help you process and hold space and validate what's going on. There was a lack of self-awareness because someone kept trying to pull you out of the healing process. Does that make sense? And when I mean by healing, it doesn't need to be exactly grief, but it does feel like grief holds a big resonance in this reading. And the fact of when it comes to the message you couldn't hear and why you couldn't hear it then, you needed like some sort of space, a liminal space from who you used to be to who you're becoming, this space in the middle, liminal space, of taking a break from it all, of reflecting, of growth, of leveling up. And you use that time, you filled that time up with people, with things, with distractions, with fun, with things that brought you happiness, things that brought you short-term maybe happiness. And maybe it was gaming. I don't know. There's like this feeling here that you couldn't hear it before because you weren't letting it in. You literally weren't giving it permission to come through in the way that it wanted to yet. I guess you just genuinely weren't ready. Does that make sense? Like, I hate it. I hate when I'm just saying like, you're genuinely weren't ready because, you know, like you guys want a good reason why. But there was something that may have happened, and I'm hearing a couple years ago, or just in the past. So I'm hearing in the past and then / a couple years ago. Something may have happened that led you to needing to do some sort of liminal space, take a break of something. From thinking, from feeling, from being, from figuring life out. And that's why you couldn't hear it then and you're ready to hear it now. Does that make sense? But we have 2 more cards. So let us continue plugging in. Oh, that's crazy. With grief, we have casket. Someone going out of your life or the end of a situation. Okay, first and foremost, if this is something like, if someone passed, for any of you listening to this, like, I send you so much unconditional love. I know these readings are intense, okay? My channel is literally all about helping you become the most healed version of yourself, and the only way we can do that is go through the intense things. So I just want you to know that everything, like, this is a safe space. I know my energy can be kind of rambunctious sometimes, but that's just how I am, like, in my personality. But it doesn't mean that, you know, there's no love here, there's no validation, and there's no, like, I'm not judging you. And all this stuff, like, everyone has gone through some sort of experience in their own way, shape, or form, but everyone's experience is tailored and uniquely theirs, right? No one's ever going to understand what you went through except you in the way that you do, right? So I just want to let you know that whatever may have happened, whether it was a person passing, whether it was someone leaving your life, whether it was a betrayal, whether it was a breakup, whether it was a job loss, something here happened that felt like a life change, a pivot in your life that made it feel like it was crumbling at one point. It was hard to accept, it was hard to embrace, and hard to hear. Rock bottom feeling. And I want to let you know that that doesn't define who you are. How you handled it is valid, okay? That was a way that you needed to deal with it in that moment for who you used to be in that moment, in that time. You're ready to hear this message now because your higher self and you yourself already know. I feel like some of you guys may have been getting weird dreams, having really funky dreams, maybe even dreams that you don't even know if they're symbols, like they're the weirdest dreams ever. I don't know, I'm hearing like just a lot of dreams, vivid dreams. That's a sign that your higher self has been here all along. For some of you, that's just what I'm hearing. Regardless if you don't have dreams, but I'm just saying, like, I'm hearing vivid dreams. You weren't ready because you had, like, source, your higher self isn't going to tell you everything all at once. Does that make sense? Because then what's the point of life? What's the point of having a human experience if you know everything that's around the corner? And your higher self didn't want to put all of this on you yet because it knew that you needed time. So don't be too hard on yourself about this. But because of it and the things you did during that time, there are some people there that want you to stay in that bubble with them. Does that make sense? And you're kind of being warned to not stay in it, like, for too long. Like, sure, take your time in this initiation process that you're going through, but you couldn't hear it because there was people holding you back. And I know that if you ended up clicking on this video and you're listening up until this point, pile number 2, you know as much as I know that now is the time to start moving forward again. Okay. So let me show you the last card we have here. And we have the Ahimsa rune with transportation. Wow, literally. As I said, all the things, and then this is the last card, guys. I don't know what these symbols mean yet. Like, I'm very much learning. I've always been into runes in, like, Norse mythology and all that. Like, I went to Salem, Massachusetts, and I got to kind of learn about a lot of that stuff. There's really cool stores there. Highly recommend you guys check it out. Very cool. Not just for the witch trials and stuff, which is very sad to go, like, on a tour for, but just, like, the cool people you'll meet. There's everyone, like, literally so many different things in that place. Anyways, though, transportation. Transportation may represent a horse, car, plane, boat, or other vehicle, movement, and change for the better. Yes. Ahimsa for movement. Maybe that's something I'll use to learn. I'm hearing move mountains. Maybe that's why you need the courage, because it literally feels like you're gonna need to move mountains on this journey. Like, it's hard. There's like this, you weren't ready yet. That's it. That's really it, why you couldn't hear it. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just like really embracing everything because this is an intense reading. I had a feeling that this is how it was going to be. That's why I needed to do that somatic grounding before I started this reading for you guys. Okay.
Next up, we are going to be looking at how you can integrate this message, okay? So we are going to be using my black and gold tarot deck as well as this new deck I just bought, the Norse Goddess Rune Oracle. And we're gonna read into the booklet to see any messages and hints on how you're supposed to integrate this. I feel like this can help us when it comes to actions and energies, archetypes to embody. All right, so let's pull out the cards first and then we'll dive into it all together. Okay. How can pile number 2, or how must pile number 1, I keep saying pile number 1. How must pile number 2 integrate this message? Okay, I don't know why. I really wanted to just do one card, but these two want to come out together. So we're going to keep it. All right. How must pile number 2 integrate this message? Okay. So for the back of the deck, oh, these were upside down, sorry. We have Justice. Oh wow, the sheer is crazy on these cards. Beautiful. I love shiny things. Let me know if you guys like shiny things as much as I do because they're so satisfying. Okay. All right, so we have Justice as the back of the deck. So you have definitely reached a point, a time where you now know that cause and effect exists in life. Karma exists, like you know the actions you do today lead to what happens tomorrow and so on. Does that make sense? So that's interesting. That's something that's coming through. Sorry, I'm just trying to pick up all these cards. All right. So we got 2 cards that fell at the bottom. I think they want to come out first, so we're going to do that. 2 of the tarot cards that came out first for you, and they want to come out together. We have the Queen of Cups. There's a little kid hiding here. Fertility. Mothering. Paired with the Star card. 17 adds to 8. Hope. This is like crazy reflective. Wasn't expecting that with these cards. Okay. These 2 want to be significators. Let's continue to plug it in. So let's count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one wants to go in between these 2. They're going to combine these further. We have, again, I did it upside down. Are these upside down? Yes, sorry. Hold on. Everything's upright with these cards, by the way. 3 of Cups. Interesting. Okay, next up, let's read these first. We have the Sun. Oops. Okay, this one wants to come out next. We have the 8 of Wands. Just move, yeah. Next up, Temperance. Last 3,
Interesting. I'm actually hearing now, well, I was about to show you this card. So the cards that we have now is one thing you need to do to integrate this message. So we're going to stop here. Yes, it was the Nine of Swords, but we're going to stop here for now and we're going to look at the message. Because I feel like this is one thing you need to do to integrate it. All right. This one's kind of simple though. I'm looking at all these cards and you got to remember to integrate this message. Pile number 2, one of the things you got to do is to shift some sort of perspective you have on life, or like ideology. There's something that got developed as an ideology in your head, but it was through experience. Like you've experienced it before in your past. Plug this in your own personal, whatever's been happening, okay? Where it led to some sort of deception or like a secret being exposed is something very specific coming through. Like there was some sort of like revelation that had to happen and got unburied. There was something unburied is what I'm hearing. And it really, really, really threw you off guard. You were not expecting this at all. And because of it, either that or like some catastrophic event, something crazy, something like tower-like moment, event, something. Because of it, it shaped your entire idea surrounding the thing you figured out or found out or happened. Like, I'm going to give you an example, and this is just a random example, okay? I'm not saying that this exact example is what's happening, but I'm trying to break down what I said because I don't know if that made enough sense. So let's say someone got cheated on, so they think, in a straight relationship, man and female. And the woman got cheated on, so the woman believes that all men are bad. All men are created the same. All men are the same. All men think the same because of that really bad experience. Because she's been with this guy, let's say, for X amount of years, a long time. And because of it, she thinks that if she puts all her eggs in one basket with one man again, and commits herself to that person forever, that one singular individual, that it's going to go to crap. It's not going to work. It's going to end the same way because all men are created equal. Like they can look good, but they're going to deceive you. Does that make sense? And so she has that ideology. But in order to integrate this message, if she was someone listening to this pile, she needs to shift that whole ideology. She has to turn it on its head and remember that not all men are created equal. There's thousands of different individuals here with their own unique personality, their own ego, their own mind, their own brain, their own beliefs, their own ethics, morals, etc. Life stories, traumas. So who are we to judge a book by its cover just because it's a man? Does that make sense? And this isn't about men. Like that was the example. So hopefully that makes sense. Like you need to change your ideology on this thing that you believe is fact. You got to be discerning. Yeah, that feeling of discernment. Like be real with yourself. You know, be honest with yourself. This keeps coming through about friends, or there's someone that's trying to keep you back, hold you back, and it's not their fault. Like they're not trying to on purpose to like make you a failure. Does that make sense? But they're trying to hold you back because they aren't ready to level up, or I don't like the word level up, but I'm just going to keep using it. Level up themselves. They're not ready to do this work. They're not ready to go through their own initiation. So they're trying to keep you stuck with them. Does that make sense? So be careful with that. Whether it's an environment you're in, whether it is a person, whether you're an empath and you're around a certain person for the same time, same day, every day, and you can feel it. Does that make sense? Like just be more careful. And if that is the case, that last thing I said, then maybe practice like, setting a protected bubble around you, like literally setting intentions before you walk into a space in your head, taking 4 deep breaths, like just doing some sort of little ritual to help ground you can really help you be discerning. So then if you're in that energy, if you're in that environment, if you're in that situation, a type of situation where you're around someone like this that can kind of steal your chi,
remember that to stay discerning is to remember that this is your body. You have your own thoughts. You have your own mind. You have your own experiences. You have your own feelings. You get to control that. Okay? And you have choices. You get to choose to walk out of the room. You get to choose to go pour a splash some water on your face in the bathroom for a moment to reset yourself. And remember that you're making decisions based purely and solely off of what you believe is best for you. Does that make sense? Just continuing to stay discerning and to integrate this message, the first step is to just start your journey now. Stop stalling. Stop hesitating. And it also feels like for some of you guys, there's a person that you're hoping will get the memo so that they can do this journey with you. Does that make sense? But you have to stop stalling your growth for the sake of hoping, like fingers crossed, I'm literally picturing someone crossing their fingers hoping that the day will come when this other person can join you on this growth journey. At the end of the day, pile number 2, everyone has their own pace at which they grow and evolve and ascend and heal in life. We can't force our timing, our pace on other people. Just because we're ready now doesn't mean they are going to be ready now too because they love us. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that just isn't how life works. Time is a construct that humans created. I will say it again and again 1,000 times. I don't give a shit if I said it 1,000 times in my picket cards before. It is true. Humans created time so they can feel in control. Okay? Time in the universe isn't a thing. There are planets that are literally light years, 26,000 whatever years away from us to get to. It's like, ever saw Interstellar? I love that movie. I know it's science fiction, but I think the person that wrote it, there was something here about it, they won a prize for their whole creation of how they saw the black hole. Because it's a theory that they made it off of, but that theory is a theory for a reason, and there's scientists that back it up. So, highly recommend if you never saw it. Very good movie. But the reason why I'm referring to that movie is because I'm saying time is a construct that humans created. You know, like, to think that we don't know everything that there is in space and all this and that, like, who are you to put yourself in a box because you don't know what else life has to offer you, but if you stay in this box, you're not going to be able to find out. And the only way to do it is to be honest with yourself. Tell yourself how you really feel and where your soul is really asking you to go. Be clear. Be discerning. Like I said, you need to tell yourself the truth. You already have been telling yourself the truth, but now is the time to heal. Now is the time to level up. Now is the time to integrate everything you've gained from this liminal space experience and bring it into the next chapter. Okay? It's just time to do it. Integrate. That was the first thing. The second thing. For the last 3 tarot cards I meant to say. Oh, interesting, right? We get the 6 of Wands coming up, but before it was the Knight of Swords, I think, at the beginning. Sorry, I'm trying to make my thing to focus. Okay. Sorry if my camera shook. We have the 6 of Wands. I'm going to place this here. Okay. Next up, the Knight of Swords. Yep, we saw him. Movement, movement, movement. And this is fast movement. And lastly, the Queen of Swords came out twice. Yes, be discerning. I think that was the second message, I guess. It's time to start. Be honest with yourself. Go take action. You know it's time. But also be discerning. If you don't know how to begin, and if you're overwhelmed, honestly, pile number 2, if that is the case for some of you guys, after I said this, how to integrate it, and you still are like, but how do I start? How do I do this? How do I do that? Pile number 1 is your go-to message, okay? Scroll till you start seeing me pull out tarot. We actually use this tarot deck in that pile, so if you scroll through, you're going to see these cool funky collage decks. Then that's the part I want you to stop at,
because I think you guys need to extract more information on how to integrate this. If you're still confused, if you still are like, but I don't know how to start. Like I told you, but maybe you feel like it was too brief, check pile 1 because it explains it even further. It really feels like there's a connection there for some of you guys. So, but it might not be the case for all of you. Maybe this was enough. You know what I mean? All right. And for your last 2 cards, we actually got, in terms of Norse goddesses, we're going to read the booklets for them because maybe this might actually help. Maybe it's not this brief. I always forget to I give you guys something to warn, tell you to go do, but then I'm still not done. You know what I mean? Okay. So we have the Ahimsa Merkstav with Var, disloyalty, imbalance, and solitude. Does that mean Merkstav? I'm just guessing. Does that mean reversed? Because I just realized this is the Ahimsa reversed. Imbalance, solitude, disloyalty. We're gonna read the meaning in the card, the booklet. And then we also have the Isa rune with Scatty. I hope I pronounced her right. Blockage, stasis, and clarity. Okay, let's read the meanings for these 2 beautiful goddesses together and put it together. Combine the messages. Where's my booklet? It is... I'm having a brain fart. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Wow, it was right here the whole time. Okay, so we have 31 coming up first. I am Var, goddess of the vow. In my name oaths are sworn. Your pledge I allow. I punish disloyalty, those who are untrue. May Ahimsa Merkstav warn of dishonor to you. Dishonor. I punish disloyalty. Ooh, my God. Be discerning. You're on the right path. You're doing everything right. That's the second thing. Now I get why these cards wanted to come out for the second thing to integrate it. Okay. This is about you being discerning. Be careful. There is someone here. Disloyalty. There's some weird ick around you that you have to be careful not to get involved in. You guys will know what I'm talking about if you chose this pile. Okay. Okay, so let's read the lore and see if there's anything else we got to extract. Var, goddess who presides over sworn oaths and gives her blessings to unions between 2 lovers. Var invoked to witness marriages and contracts with promises sworn on an oath ring before her. Var, punisher of oath breakers and those who do not uphold the sworn contracts they have pledged themselves to. In the Gylfaginning, I hope I pronounced that right, Var is listed as the 9th Asinger and the one who hearkens to the oaths and compacts made between men and women. Her name lends itself to the term vow, a promise sworn between lovers in marriage. For those who break their oath, Var takes vengeance upon them. Honor was an integral component of life in the Viking Age, represented clearly in Var's characteristics and the importance of her role. As the goddess overseeing oaths, she is present when promises are sworn on the sacred oath ring. Whether allegiance is promised to an earl, a family swears a pledge of fealty to a king, or 2 people enter into a contract and swear to abide by the stipulations of said agreement. Var is present to hear the promises made and hold people accountable for their oaths. Here she stands holding an arm ring, awaiting a sworn oath, which she gives her blessings to. Behind her, weapons line the walls as a sign of her ferociousness in upholding trust, integrity, and honor at all times, at all costs. Disloyalty will be punished harshly, yet loyalty will be rewarded richly. The meaning of the Ahimsa Merkstav is the rune of disloyalty. It represents an imbalance in the exchange of energy between 2 people or within oneself. While Ahimsa is the rune of companionship, reversed, it shows a lack of partnership. often resulting in isolation or solitude. Perhaps there is some dishonesty in a relationship. Perhaps selfishness or thoughtless acts have caused a once balanced partnership into a one-sided struggle. Ahimsa Merkstav draws your attention to honor. Have you been acting honorably in your sworn oaths? Have others upheld their end of the bargain? Reflection is needed on the equity of energy exchange in your life. At times, one person may require more attention, love, and support than the other, and that is normal. However, the balance must shift back so that both participants feel accepted, respected, and equal partner in the relationship. Promises shouldn't be made if they can't be kept. Ahimsa Merkstav holds the energy of being stagnant, an inability to move forward. Unlike Isa, which is a frozen, oh my god, and the fact that we have Isa, like here, that's, okay, there's a reason. Guys, come on, your higher self is literally channeling everything right now. This is insane. Unlike Isa, which is a frozen blockage, this rune reversed is like having the capacity to drive, but the car is faulty. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Dive deep into the exploration of what you need to move forward. What is hindering your momentum? What prevents you from taking those next steps towards your future? If you're entering into any contracts or agreements, be sure to check the underlying clauses and be sure that what you're signing up for is what you can truly commit to. If there are any doubts, take some time to really think and feel into the situation before taking the plunge. Allow your intuition to guide you in interpreting the motivations and honor of those you may be entering into a contract with, and explore the possibilities for holding them accountable. Holy, I know that was a lot of words, guys. The fact that there are questions here for you to do prompts for, reflection prompts, that's what you got to do to integrate this. So rewind this, take a screenshot, do what you got to do, but I hope all of you guys, pile number 2, you better be taking notes. You better be writing those questions down because this is a call to action. You don't know what the first step is? That was your first step, okay? Let us take a look at the Isa rune next. And then we're going to pull out final messages from Source. But the fact, guys, come on. Like, they're not even numbers next to each other when I was shuffling. So you guys know I wasn't making this stuff up. The fact that the Ahimsa Merkstav page, the whole storyline, also mentions Isa, and Isa came out with it as pairs. That's no coincidence. Like, if you need any more confirmations, I feel like your higher self was like, here, I'm going to put as many confirmations as possible. So pile number 2 can't second guess it. Pile number 2 doesn't need another video. Pile number 2 doesn't need any other repeating numbers that I can give them because, look, you just got to keep going, man. Like, just go forward. Keep doing it. Stop stalling. Stop trying to find reasons to stop and look for other ways. Like, you're stalling. Cut it out. Okay. Next up, we have Isa. Oh, over here. For Isa, we have Skady, blockage, stasis, clarity. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I don't know if I am. I'm just being honest. I am Skady, goddess of ice. Upon skis I hunt. My arrows precise. At home in the mountains. I dwell not by the sea. May Isa give pause and help bring clarity. At home in the mountains. Remember when I said you gotta move mountains? It was here with the Ahimsa rune. Interesting. Moving mountains. Okay. Lore. Skady, goddess of snow and ice, who dwells in Prehimmer. I butchered it. I tried. I'm so sorry. Okay. Respect. I love learning about culture. I love learning about lore. I love learning about all this stuff. But it doesn't mean I can pronounce it. Okay. Skady, daughter of the giant Pajazi, who was killed by the gods. Skady, wife of Najor, who dwells by the sea, a place that brought no joy for the goddess of the frozen mountains. Oh. I'm not going to even try in blank. We learn of Pajazi's death as punishment for abducting the goddess. Again, blank. Skady arrives in Asgaror to avenge her father, and the gods offer compensation for her loss. Skady is permitted to select a husband by looking only at his feet. She chose the smoothest and most attractive feet, assuming they belong to the god of light, Balder? However, the feet belong to the god Najor, washed smooth by his ocean home. Skady marries Najor, blank, I'm just going to say blank, and they dwell for 9 nights in her mountain home and 3 nights at his watery abode. Neither can tolerate the dwelling of the other, causing a blockage in their relationship that results in separation. Skady sought clarity in the ice of her home, allowing her once again to roam freely. She remained firm in her resolve, never wavering from prioritizing her own needs and the peace of her home. Skady is an adept hunter, making the most of the frozen mountains that she calls home. She embraces the cold, overcoming the discomfort that she felt living in a place that did not bring joy. The ice gives her pause, the stasis soon providing a way forward through crystal clarity. I'm so tongue-tied with you guys. Divination meaning. Isa is the rune of blockage, meaning ice. It represents the harsh winters of Scandinavia. The frozen waterways prevented trade, travel, and exploration. However, the Norse did not begrudge this blockage. They spent time indoors around the fire, celebrating with family and friends and making plans for the summer. When the time came for the ice to melt, the seeds were well planted and plans well laid for immediate action. That's why I said, like, you guys were in a liminal space, and then, like, now it's time to... This is so resonating. This is insane. Okay. Sorry. So, Isa, yes. Isa is strong, the backbone of many other runes, and holds firm the power of runes and bind runes. Use the solid ice to harden your resolve, sought through the crystal clarity that Isa offers. This is about Queen of Swords energy again. The Queen of Swords came up 3 times, guys. The fact that it's here, and then, like, this is insane. Isa can also represent stasis. Perhaps you're stagnant in your current situation and longing for something more. Use the power of this rune to jolt you awake. Allow the frozen landscape to turn your stillness into a brisk yet cautious walk forward. You can't remain frozen and expect things to change. Yes. Take a step guided by those with clear sight and break through that barrier and allow your actions to change your life. Isa represents a period of feeling stuck, which is often an unforeseen blockage that prevents you from achieving your goals and moving forward. It can feel as though you're frozen in place, unable to move in any direction. Use this time to seek clarity. The ice can provide a crystal clear perspective from which you can find the answers you seek. Pause, reflect, and know that this blockage is providing you with an opportunity to stop and assess. Perhaps this card has appeared to remind you to rest. Take time out from the busyness of life to reflect on what truly brings you joy. Why force yourself to live by the sea if you crave the mountain air? Find the burning desire within to help melt this obstacle from your path. Call upon the power of Skady to navigate the ice and make the most of Isa. That is crazy. And weren't we talking about, like, persevering? I feel like one of the shaman cards, I think it was obsidian. Like, it was protecting you. And this is what Isa is reminding me of. Like, it's on purpose. You're being very protected. That was crazy. Okay. Now, my beautiful pile number 2s, we're going to be looking at final messages from Source. And to do that, we're going to be pulling some final cards before we wrap up your reading. To wrap up your reading, I mean, with my Let Go little deck here. It's so cute. Look at the box. And we're going to be getting some little sliplets of paper that I created to get final messages. And one, or however much wants to come through, Spirit Junkie deck affirmation cards, okay? So let me just shuffle the cards and get the final message of the cards out first, and then we'll reveal everything at once. So, final messages for pile number 2. Trying to make this focus, sorry guys. There we go. Final messages for pile number 2. Final messages for pile number 2. Okay. This one also wants to come through. All right.
And I'm trying to put everything back and stay organized.
Next up for the let go cards. Final messages for pile number 2. Thank you. Ooh. Nirvana. You are very much on your way to achieving something huge for yourself. Powerful. Pile number 2. I want to make that clear. Okay. And now let's get some papers. Final messages for pile number 2. Okay.
We got a lot of little papers here. Oh, wow. I think this is the most amount of papers I've gotten.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7. Number 777. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier already, but 777 is coming through right now to finish up your reading. Okay. So let's look at the cards first. We have owning my power inspires others to do the same. I'm not afraid to shine. Exactly. That's why the Sun card came out. For a let go card. Accept you don't lack for anything. The whole world belongs to you. Yes. Lastly, for the cards. I am committed to bringing forth my greatness. I will no longer play small. This is exactly what Vesuvia Knight stands for. I am committed to bringing forth my greatness. I will no longer play small. Yes, yes, yes. This is insanely beautiful. Sorry, I'm trying to make your card stay. Okay. Okay. So, put the crystal back. All right. Time for these papers. For your first paper, message, channeled messages. Okay. We have, the work is working, even when it's silent, slow, or doesn't look like progress. The work is working, even when it's silent, slow, or doesn't look like progress. Next up. We have, this message found you because your soul is ready to hear it. This is hilarious. This message found you because your soul is ready to hear it. Okay. We have, you're not behind. You're just early to a timeline that hasn't fully downloaded yet. Exactly. Maybe that's why liminal space was coming through, because now you're still in it. You're in a weird transition, initiation to go to the next one. Like I said earlier, yes. You're not behind. You're just early to a timeline that hasn't fully downloaded yet. We have 4 more. Your higher self is done whispering. It's watching what you do now. Choice. Your higher self is done whispering. It's watching what you do now. Next up, second to last one. You're doing enough. You just don't recognize it without external validation. You are doing enough. You just don't recognize it without external validation. This is about oversharing, definitely. And lastly, oh, sorry, we have two more. Second to last one now. My bad. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. Now, the final message. This is midheaven tension. You want purpose, but you're still trying to be liked. They don't coexist. This is midheaven tension. You want purpose, but you're still trying to be liked. They do not coexist. That was like the perfect message to finish up this reading for you guys. That was insane. This was a powerful reading for certainty. Oh my gosh. Okay. Pile number 2. There you have it. This reading was crazy, very detailed, a lot of deep diving that we did for this topic to get as much as you need in this moment, regardless of when you're watching this. I send you so much from the bottom of my heart, unconditional love. Just know that everything you're going through has a reason behind it. Even though you don't know the reason yet, doesn't mean that it's something bad. Okay? Remember that. There's no such thing as bad. Our brain likes to put labels on things. Everything is just lessons, experience, and memories. Okay? That we get to create. I'm sending you so much unconditional love. Hopefully, I will see you in my next pick a card readings to come. And if you have not already, and you're welcome here, you are new here, welcome. I meant to say if you're new here, welcome. And I said if you're welcome here, new. Okay. Yes. Hi. I am trying to build a community of like-minded individuals that are here to better themselves as humans, heal for themselves from the inside out, and learn how to become their own inner healers, okay? So do hit that subscribe button if you want to see more content like this, or intuitive downloads, intuitive insights, raw, unedited downloads that come through every once in a while when I upload them on my, my channel. And if you are curious to explore more, I do highly recommend that you guys check out the link I have in my description box below, where it will take you to my link tree, aka I call my mini website, to see what Ahimsa Healz is all about, what I do, and where maybe if you're open, if you're curious, what we can do together one-on-one, okay? So if you do feel that pull, if you do feel called, if you do feel nudged to check it out, I do highly recommend it. But if not, I'm just happy that you got to come. I'm happy that you listened to your intuition to come across this video. And I really hope that you were able to gain everything you needed at this exact point you are in life. Remember, you're exactly where you need to be. You're doing exactly what you were meant to do. And you're moving at the exact right pace for you, okay? Sending you so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number 3s. If this happened to be the card that allowed you to select your pile, I actually have a surprise for you. Well, I'm already showing it. Well, you guys were the one and only pile that actually ended up receiving 2 significator cards when it comes to your reading. So we're going to be revealing that together, but just to remind you, this is the beautiful Transcendence card that allowed you to select your pile to begin. This is coming from my Modern Nirvana Oracle deck, and this is giving us a lot of information, really, because when I look at these colors, I'm thinking about heart chakra aligned with third eye chakra for some reason. And the word transcendence is to transcend something, to go past something, move past something. There's some sort of motion that's trying to happen. I don't know if it's within you or outside of you. We're going to have to figure that out together. But I actually did end up getting a crystal for you guys that I felt called to put for your pile, which is a beautiful banded red jasper. So with this crystal, it's all about endurance. It's all about strength. It's all about courage. and the ability to kind of keep yourself stable, keep yourself rooted, to keep pushing forward and persevere. It feels like, oh, and then I forgot to mention, you also got a second crystal, my bad, an orange calcite. And this is about sacral chakra energy flowing emotionally, releasing things that you know not just aren't serving you, because that's like basic, but more so in the sense of like it's helping just emotions move through you in general so you can function better, so you can like, or at least deal with your emotions in a more sensible way. Does that make sense? When you combine these two crystals together that came out when I was trying to prepare for your pile, including the chocolate calcite, that is the overall theme for the entire reading and video in itself today, there's a lot of focus for you guys, pile number 3, when it comes to flowing with what life throws your way by staying stable, by staying grounded, by keeping yourself planted and being like your own support system or your own shoulder to cry on, your own shoulder to lean on. Like I don't know if you're in some sort of developmental stages of trying to practice self-reliability or self-dependence on oneself. Maybe you're on a journey to developing more self-trust. But there's this feeling of an inner journeying of some kind trying to be birthed. But let us take a look at the second significator card that came out for you guys. So the second, oh wow, okay. We have strength. So this is kind of like the flowy with transcendence, like that wishy-washy, like flow, and then strength, the grounding, like the opposite. It's kind of like the crystals. This is the first time I'm looking at this card. I'm looking at this card with you. I did not reveal it until now, starting now. So this is pretty cool, pile number 3. I am interested to see where your reading is going to take you. And the only way we can really do that together is by diving into, well, the very first thing, which is the message that you were not able to hear or couldn't fully hear until now, until this very moment in time. So we're going to be figuring out also through these cards that we're going to be pulling from these decks, and I'm going to be grabbing really quickly as I talk, kind of where this message is coming from. So maybe it's your higher self, maybe it's your future self, maybe it's an inner child. I don't know why that's coming through for you guys, but there's a message here that I don't know how to explain it. It feels like you weren't or aren't expecting this message. Energetically, it feels as if something's going to throw you off guard, or you might, I'm hearing like seeking reassurance. Like even after this reading is complete, you're still going to be like, it's going to be hard to hear or hard to accept, hard to believe. It could be a positive, it could be a negative. I don't know, we're going to have to see. But for some reason, I am leaning more towards positive. Like, yeah, it's too good to be true, or yeah, sure. Like, I don't know. There's this weird, like, sarcastic, there's sarcasm here, but I don't know why. Okay. I don't know if that's your energy, if that's your guides, or whatever's coming through. But yeah, so we have my Malefique Lenormand deck. We have my Shaman Wisdom cards, Sacred Traveler Journey deck, and my Clarifying Life Situation cards. So we're gonna shuffle all these cards together and just get everything ready so we can reveal them all together. Forgot to mention, we do have the booklet for the Shaman Wisdom cards as well as the Malefique cards, and we're gonna use these for further clarity to dive a little bit deeper into these two decks together to combine the message in terms of what you couldn't hear until now, okay? So let us take a look at that together first. What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? Okay. We have one card. I'm lying. I think we have 3. Okay. Yep. These two wanted to come out as well. This one came face up, so I'm going to honor it. It's because source or spirit, whatever's coming through to give this message to you today, wants you to see this now. We're going to combine it actually. I feel like we got to combine it with the meaning of the significators. Maybe I'll put it in the center. I feel called to do that. Okay. So we have the number 63 with earth, feminine earth, all four directions, and the turtle. Transformation. You get to determine how fast you move through it. You're in control. I don't know if you forget how much in control you actually are. We're gonna, like I said, dive into all of this later. But let us continue. What is the message that pile... Oops. What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? Okay. We have 2 sacred travelers. Again, this one went upright, wants to come through now. We have navigating by the stars. Follow your bliss. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? Okay, thank you. All right. Maybe it's gonna want to be there. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it like that because maybe there's a reason. That never happened. But I feel like it's kind of like an offering, like a container. Something about containment. When I'm thinking about a turtle shell, like there's a container and then strength, there's like some sort of like thing over here. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Final deck. What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? What is the message that pile number 3 couldn't hear until now? So we got one card coming out. Back of the deck wants to be seen here. So we're going to be reading the message that's upright. We have rough road. Prepare carefully before you continue, for it's a long journey ahead. Did I say something about preparation? Or am I tripping? I don't remember what I said at the beginning, guys. It just, you get to move at the pace you want. I don't know why that came through then. Interesting. My brain's a little foggy right now, so I'm like, did I say that or not? I don't remember. All right, sorry. I just realized how crooked these cards are. Okay. So, for the cards we received, let's actually look at the Malefique card that came out here. We're going to leave it there because I think there's a reason for it. We have Tower with the number 19, and it is the 6 of Spades being the 6 of Swords. This is a very intense Tower card. This is not traditional tarot. This is an oracle deck, okay? I just want to make it clear. These are symbols. So with the number 19, that adds to 10. So instantly when I'm looking at the 6 of Swords too, something that is crazy chaotic is coming to an end very soon. But you are pretty much in some sort of gunk of it. You are in the gunk of it. I want to make that clear. It does feel like there's a feeling of being trapped, but you're not at the same time. Like, you're not actually trapped, but you feel trapped regarding something.
I don't know why this wants to come through, but are you releasing too much of your control or your say, like the final, like let's say you have the final say to something, but you're releasing too much of your ability to have that final say regarding a certain circumstance or situation or something. And it's like, I'm hearing, why are you just giving your power away like that? Or why don't you take it back? Like, why are you belittling or like, not letting yourself be seen in the magnitude that you deserve? Be seen at the magnitude that you deserve. That's how I meant to say it. There's something like that coming through. Okay. Next up, we have, for another shaman wisdom card, we have the number 43 with ash, masculine, east, sun, and fire. Interesting. There is a new beginning that's trying to take form. And in that new beginning, you have to go on some sort of expedition, some sort of journeying. And it's a long road ahead. It's something that you're trying to prepare for mentally. Like there's this feeling of someone doing a checklist of things, just ensuring that everything that they need to get done is good before they can start or begin on something. I don't know if that makes sense. Continuing onwards for the other shaman wisdom card, we have buffalo with the number 14, north, masculine, and earth coming through again. Change. I think, what is this? Temperance? Well, temperance does also create change as well. Okay. Okay. The last two cards we have here for you is Dreamweaver. Dreaming and imagining. Bring your powerful vision into reality. I feel called to look at this sideways, so we're going to interpret and read both. Make miracles. Stay open-minded and receptive to the magic unfolding in your life. So Dreamweaver and make miracles. Beautiful. Where do I want to put this? Let's put it here for now. Okay. And then for the last card upside down, my bad, we have grace and gratitude. Through gratitude, joy expands. Through gratitude, joy expands. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So there's a couple things coming through. So the message that you couldn't hear, before we look at the booklets to add more meaning, I'm going to tell you what I'm just seeing with my own eyes right now. Pile number 3, this message that's coming through has a lot to do with this new beginning that you're being prepared to go embark on. And I want, by the way, I forgot to mention, apply everything I'm about to share into your situation as you see fit, okay? I'm going to try to share this just exactly the way source or spirit or whatever's trying to come through, how they want me to, I'm going to do it. So just plug it into your situation. You're going and being prepared to go through a very long journey. This journey, though, remember, because the longer the journey, the better the reward, the better the outcome, the more satisfying it is to finish the race. Does that make sense? The metaphors. And this one's definitely going to feel worth the hardship, is what I'm hearing. However, not everyone who has gone through this type of journey was able to succeed to go through it. They have had given up on themselves. They've stopped. They've backtracked. They've paused and stalled till the end of time. You know what I mean? And for you, it feels as if this isn't just one being or thing trying to come through, entity. This is a council. This is a team. that is looking out for you and have your best interests at heart. Pile number 3, that's sending you this message. What you want is attainable, like 100,000%. The whole purpose of this message is coming through to kind of help you prepare for it. And it's trying to help you know the things you can do, like the little backup plans you can have in case like one thing doesn't work out the way you hoped, or like that's not exactly how I was trying to say that, but like you know how I was saying orange calcite is about like flowing and it's about the sacral chakra, right? So this is like emotions. This is where you're passionate. But when you're doing anything that involves the heart space, you have to continue to stay curious, to continue to follow the heart. The second you let fear come in and sneak attack you from out of nowhere in the middle of some type of heart-led journey of any kind, it's gonna shut you down and your brain is gonna start taking over. The logic, the survival mechanisms within you is gonna start taking over and lead you to procrastinate, lead you to avoid, and lead you to maybe eventually give up on the dream. Does that make sense? And so you need and are being prepared to have the ability to kind of move like water with whatever life throws at you, but also be able to keep both feet on the ground to continue taking your next baby step after baby step as you go through the hardships. Does that make sense? Because I'm going to be straight up with you. There are going to be challenges here. Yes, there are going to be obstacles, but all these things are helping you get stronger and more resilient because there's a version of you that you have yet to really experienced or fully embodied just yet in this lifetime. Pile number 3, it feels as if you don't you have no clue how capable you actually are. You're gonna learn something massive about yourself through this new chapter, and source, your guides, your counsel, I should say, is the first message that's coming through is that the fact that you have 2 significator cards, I think you have 2 messages coming through. So the first message that's coming through is you need to know that through this journeying, what you're bracing for, what you're preparing for, it'll be a lot easier if you enjoy every step of the way to your destination. How can you do that, right? Source is telling you it's a lot easier than you think. You already have hobbies. You already have things that fascinate you. I bet you there's many people listening to this that have like a little guilty pleasure of theirs and are something that is something that can kind of help you and your dopamine system, like your reward system, keep going in the long term. So you're kind of being called right now in terms of a message, your first message, to start kind of going on some sort of self-discovery journey, a little expedition within yourself to understand like what are the things that really make you tick and what are the things that really light you up inside. Those little things you can do, whether it's putting a vase of flowers on your work desk while you're working and then looking at the flowers kind of give you a little bit of a zing factor throughout the day. Like what are little things you can sprinkle throughout your day-to-day routine that can really help aid your nervous system and regulation, and also aid you in the ability to keep persevering no matter the challenges that get in the way. Because remember, life is like a roller coaster, right? So we are always, regardless of what our circumstances are going to have highs, and we're also going to have low moments in life. How can you ride the waves that we don't really know life is going to throw at us, though? You're being called to kind of go on this discovery journey to figure that out for yourself. Because, well, gratitude is in the name, but it's also so you can walk through this journey with grace. So you can transition to it and get out of it with grace. So let us get some more in-depth details now regarding all of this together. And we're going to do that by beginning with the number 63 Earth Feminine card. So for number 63, Earth Feminine. I am Earth. Sorry, I'm going to repeat that.
I am the earth. I am mother. I am grandmother. It is from me that all life comes forth. I am the great turtle. Ground yourself through me. Learn from me the protective instinct of care and nurturing, the formation, the formulation, gestation, and development. Through me, you can see the beauty and gentleness in all that exists. I am the foundation, the very beginning. It is within me that the shaman journeys for knowledge and wisdom, the timeless flight of ecstasy. I am the lower world. I am the fifth direction. I am the ancestor. I am the root. I am the female, the magnetic, the yin, and the left side. Interesting. Knowledge is power. That's something that's coming through. So it's like I said, your team, your council came through as the first message is about kind of educating you on how you can go through this with more ease and poise. That's actually kind of funny, educating you. Well, that also makes sense because 63 adds to 9, and that's the 9th house of knowledge and education. Like House of Sagittarius, they love learning philosophy and things like that. Like, how can you add more meaning in the little mundane things you do? Like stirring tea, can you make that a ritual? How can you add 1% safer moments in your life? Okay, next up, we're going to look at Buffalo. So that's the number 14, equating to 5. But 14 is also the Temperance card, the major arcana. So we have Buffalo. I am Buffalo. I am give away. I am the blending of Mother Earth, nurturing, and Father Sky wisdom. I am patient, determined, consistent, and constant. Exactly. Step by step, I can always be depended on. I am strength of purpose and practicality itself. My brothers, the human beings, use every part of my body with no waste. I embody utility, abundance, and limitless provision. I am give away. If I have plotted into your cards today, I'm here to help you blend the grounding of Mother Earth and the animation and vigor of Father Sky. Exactly. I may be telling you to look at the movement in your life at this time, to examine your ambition and energy. Ask yourself, what drives me? I may also remind you of the sacrifices it takes to, in quotes, make it. Utilize all of the resources at hand. Waste nothing. As I give away to you today, I hand over new understanding of your source and supply given to us by the Great Spirit. I am dependable. Literally everything I just said is in that card, guys. Like, that is crazy. Not only that, but the other message is you need to know that you are so flipping supported on this journey. There's this feeling of like, okay, this is going to sound so trippy. Some of you guys are going to be like, whoa. Okay. There's a reason everything, like, okay, I'm going to repeat that. Sorry, I messed up my words already. There's a reason why you've gone through everything you've gone through in your life so far. And it's all led you up to this exact point for a reason. You need to reflect on that. There are things, now I understand why inner child came through. This is coming down like a crazy download, just shot out of nowhere. Okay, whoa, like a lightning strike in my brain. Okay. There's something about your childhood that you used to do that is simple, that you can do adulting now. And it brings you peace, it brings you harmony, but for some reason you've stalled it, you've halted it, or you do it now every once in a while, but it doesn't bring you as much joy as it used to from when you were a child because there's a lack of intention when you do it, or like there's a lack of like, I don't know how to explain it. There's a lack of meaning when you do the thing that, this hobby, this skill, this talent, this thing you enjoy doing. I don't know what it is. Or it's either that or that you stop doing it entirely. And like, I'm hearing the answers lie in your childhood. For when it comes to like moving through this journey with dependability and stability for yourself and consistency and steadily at that, you need to stay and keep yourself grounded and find safety inside yourself. And I'm hearing that there's something in your childhood that you used to do that's going to help you figure that out. Okay? That's, I don't know why, it's very specific, but that's
what I'm hearing. And when I say childhood, I'm not talking about like just toddler years. I'm talking about teenager years. I'm talking all the way up until 21 years old, okay? So anything before 21 years old, there's something you used to do. I'm encouraging you guys to reflect on that. And if you're younger than 21, then I'm talking about your toddler years, you know? Like, what does it mean for you when I say childhood? You know what I mean? Reflect on those times. There's something that you did or done. There was something that gave you safety, some sort of security blanket thing. It could have been painting, it could have been drawing, maybe it was singing, maybe it was dancing. I'm sharing everything that I love doing. You know, maybe you had a big imagination. I don't know what it is. The answers lie in there. And then use that as a strength that you have, reignite it into your adult life or wherever you're at while listening to this video in terms of age. And ask yourself, where can I apply this in my life now to benefit this journey that I'm about to take? Because there's going to be moments where you're going to be exhausted, pile number 3, through this, and your counsel's trying to prepare you for that so you can be that 1% of the people that make it, because you are capable of it, like much more than you realize. Okay. For the last Shaman Wisdom card, we have with number 43 is Ash. It says, I am Ash. I am peace of mind through protection. I am the powerful wood in the bow. Oh my God. I'm going to repeat that. I am the powerful wood in the bows of the warriors to help you overcome mental barriers and obstructions so that you may subdue enemies without and within. Good health and recovery from illness is the power of the ash. I am the stem of the sacred pipe that offers prayers and connects you to the great mystery. From the flexibility of my wood, learn to bend if the need arises. I am prosperity. Yes, holy bejesus moly. This is exactly why I got 2 very different stone meanings. Grounding, earthly, water. They're different. But here's the thing. Ooh, this is trippy. Okay. So this is earth, this is water, these 2 crystals that came up. But when you think about earth, like our literal planet Earth, what does it have? It has land, which is earth, but it also has water, and that's what makes our planet whole. Think about this journey. If you're just one and you don't have the other, there's going to be an imbalance eventually, and you're going to feel it in the moments when you least want to feel something like that. Right now, you're being prepared to have an idea on how to tackle those moments when they arise. Does that make sense? You know yourself a lot better than you realize. Like I said, actually, I'm remembering now, at the very beginning of your reading, I was saying this has to do with something about developing self-trust. And this is literally where these messages keep taking us. It's about self-trust. Okay, and now for the tower. Let us see the little keywords that come through with the number 19, because there is a major ending that has happened. Okay, so tower is organizations and institutions, business or government, officials, solitude, loneliness, isolation, and apathy. Business or government? This is official business. This is important. I think this is just mentioning to you that you know the answers more than anyone else. Like if you were to like talk about this with a friend or like a loved one, let's say you have this reading, right? And then later on you're like, oh yeah, like, yo, bro, I just da 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 da, and this is what I blah 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 blah. And then they're like, yeah, well, this is something I remember you used to do when you were a kid. I don't know, let's say they knew. Or, oh, when I was a kid, I used to do this. You should try that during this. Look, they're not going to know what's best for you. You need to do this on your own, okay? This isn't something you're meant to explore with others. Unless it's a therapist. That's a different story. But, or like a facilitator for healing, or someone who knows how to move through this with you. But aside from that, like, you are the one that's going to unravel it. Does that make sense? Like, no one else can unravel this web within you except you. And so the tower, I think, is coming here with isolation because your counsel knows that this is something you have to go through, whether you want to or not, if this is something you really want. And I can tell with this card sideways that what this journey is trying to prepare you for, this preparation phase you're experiencing before you go on the journey, it's really important to you, okay? So put the big boy pants on. Don't hate me for that joke. And get to it, because this is something that your counselor's trying to help you get. You are so much more capable than you realize, pile number 3. Like, so much more capable. Okay, so let us start looking and see why you couldn't hear this before, because maybe that'll give us way more specifics. All right, so we're gonna be looking at my Yin Yang Oracle and some tea leaf cards and these rune cards over here. So I had to separate the tea leaf cards into 2 separate decks because there's literally 200 cards, so I can't shuffle that in one go. So let's shuffle and get all these cards out to see why you couldn't hear this message before. Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Okay, you got 1. Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Okay. Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Okay. No cards came out here. I don't feel like I need to pull anything out, but the back of the deck wants to be shown in terms of your current energy. For some reason, I feel called to do it that way. So we have grapes. Time to go out and have fun. Exactly, like your inner child is coming through. They're like trying to reconnect you to self. I don't know if... I'm gonna keep it to myself for now, and we're gonna look at the rest of the cards that come out, because I'm hearing a thread. There's a thread that's being kind of fed to me regarding why you couldn't hear it before. And I think this is gonna give you even more insight, because it feels like there may be some sort of blockage energy-wise that was happening beneath the surface of things in the past. That is one of the bigger reasons why this couldn't happen sooner. Because I'm hearing, at least for some of you guys, I'm hearing like, why couldn't this happen sooner? And there's a reason for that. Maybe these cards are going to help explain that a little bit better. Let's shuffle the last deck. Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Why couldn't pile number 3 hear this message before? Okay, this one also wanted to come out. So, upright, we have Venus and offer. I was thinking that, but I didn't say anything. All right, and for the other cards, this one wants to be on top of here, and I think this was like this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna place them exactly where they fell out. I think this fell out over here, right? Okay, let's leave it. There's a reason why they're connecting to certain cards. Okay. So we have the Ahimsa rune. This is so trippy. I feel like maybe some of you guys might have felt called to pile 2 and 3 at the same time. If that's the case, I highly recommend you guys check out pile number 2, okay? So for the Ahimsa rune, it says, a challenge or frustration, psychological blocks to thought or activity, including grievances. A blockage. Oh, so I also learned in pile number 2 that Ahimsa means ice. So, but ice can also show you where the blockages are if you look inside yourself, because ice is reflective in nature. Oh, and what's also interesting to think about, ice becomes a solid, which is like earthly matter, but then you can melt it and it becomes water. So it also combines this meaning of everything together. Ah, interesting. Okay.
Next up, we have, oh, this was over here. My bad. I almost forgot everything. So let's just make sure we know where everything's staying. So feminine, earth. Let's do it here. Grace and gratitude. There we go. So we can see the meanings of each of the cards together. All right. Next up, bro. Oh, I thought I said fire and water because it literally looks like she's plunging into water. It does, right? Am I tripping? It looks like she's plunging into water, but her hair's on fire. Oh, we have Leo, Aries, Sagittarius, Ace. Ace of fire, Ace of wands. A new passion, a new beginning of some kind is being birthed. And that came here. Yes, transcendence. That makes sense now. Because with transcendence, with every transcendence, there is a new beginning. And then we have masculine sun. No wonder that fell. And it says fire twice. Sun. Leo is ruled by sun. Okay. And the last card that came out, we have moon. Changes in your life. Okay. So, pile number 3. The reason why you couldn't hear this message before is because you are at the brink of the growth period. I don't know how to explain this. This journey isn't something that is just starting. I've been saying new beginning multiple times, yes, but what I meant by new beginning is like a new level of the journey, like a level up. Like there's more things to happen in the journey that you have yet to see or have experienced in the past. And what I'm hearing is this journey that you're going through or are going to go through is going to be different than the last times. And so you're being, oh, sorry. I messed up my words. Ignore what I said. But like, ignore what I said you're being. The reason why you couldn't hear this message before was because you weren't at the right phase of the journey to hear it yet. This message didn't serve that portion of the journey. It serves this new leveling, this new chapter that you're experiencing within the journey now. And I guess that's why I said long journey, because you're in the midst of it. And that's why rough road came through, because you couldn't hear this before because you were still getting used to what a rough road was before. Like your definition of what a rough journey is, or was, your definition of what a rough journey was in the past is different than what a rough journey might mean to you now. Does that make sense? Because of what you were able to grow and persevere from the first chapter, the second chapter, the third chapter, maybe you're on the fourth part of this journey. Does that make sense? Like this one is more of a level up now. Like you're literally slowly, very surely, like the buffalo with the moon changes in your life, you're becoming a version of you that is able to get the dreams that you want because of the journey that you've been going through since the very, very start of it. Does that make sense? And so you couldn't hear this before because you were still in the developmental stages. Like let's say with the transcendence card that ended up helping you select this pile, you were the blue. Like let's say you were the blue version, but then you went to the green and now you're finally going into the pink. Does that make sense? Like you're slowly and surely leveling up as you go through this journey. And it's navigating by the stars because you're following your heart. There's so much beauty here, pile number 3, when it comes to your reading. And I can really deeply resonate with you, by the way, because this is exactly what I'm going through with my own Ahimsa Healz business. Like, I know this feeling, and there are fears, but there's also so much beauty in the creation. And there's also so much beauty in the struggle, because
you get to choose when to keep going. You get to choose when to pause. As long as you keep trusting yourself in the journey, that's what matters. And you reflecting on your childhood is what's really going to help you with that. I hope I was able to kind of explain why you couldn't hear it before too. What's funny though is like the message you couldn't hear until now was how to kind of integrate the message you couldn't hear until now. But obviously, we're going to look at it a little bit more specifically because, and now I just want to give you confirmation with the Venus card. I'm sorry, I have ADHD, so my brain kind of goes everywhere. But with the Venus, I just want to give you guys further confirmation if like that didn't make sense what I'm saying. Like you are in the middle, like that was the beginning, and all these each petal, each layer of what makes up a rose, you've already gone through, but to get to the end and outside of the rose, like you have to keep going, and it gets harder and harder as you keep going. But not in a bad way. Like when I say harder and harder, I'm not trying to scare you. It's just like there's different levels of hard. Like to start up my stuff, it was very freaking hard because I didn't know how to do it. But when you're starting to do something of any kind, you're never going to know what to do because there's always going to be newness to it and unexpected twists and turns, but that's what makes the journey fun. But you have to see it that way. Does that make sense? And the only way to see it that way is reconnecting to the things that bring you joy. There's a blockage here, or there was a blockage here that led you to not being able to see that. But now it feels as if you're finally starting to go inside yourself to ask for the answers, to get the clues that you need. Because your counsel has always been here for you, but I'm hearing if some of you guys feel like you had a lack of angel numbers coming through, like you weren't seeing anything, like you were saying, give me a sign, and you weren't getting anything. It's because your counsel knew that you didn't need breadcrumbs this time to figure this out. So maybe all you needed to hear was this reading? I don't know. It's just, that's something that came through I wanted to share. All right. So how can you guys integrate this message? I'm trying to figure out what wants to come through for a deck to choose. So we're going to be using my Norse goddess rune cards. These are beautiful. I just got them recently. So we're going to read in the booklet to get insight on the story, the lore of the goddess, and the divination meaning for the rune. And that can actually help us do some reflecting in terms of steps you can take literally right after this reading. But it depends on what comes through, right? And let us see the tarot. Wow, look. Fire. Fire, fire, fire. You got fire saying itself, coming and showing itself to you 3 times. There's a lot of fire here. If that wasn't confirmation, I do not know what is. Pile number 3, that is crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna bring this over here. All right, we have Venus here, dream. Oh, and that also makes sense, dream weaving. Like it takes time to make something so beautiful like your story that you wanna be, like you wanna tell people that you came from. Does that make sense? Okay. So how can pile number 3 integrate this message? How can pile number 3 integrate this message? So we have a card, and I had some tarot that wanted to come through. I did not do reversals for any of the readings, but for you guys, I feel called to do reversals for the tarot. If I can get these cards to properly shuffle. Okay. Bear with me. So, how can pile number 3 integrate this message? How can pile number 3 integrate this message? Okay. The back of the deck for you guys is the 5 of Worlds in reverse with the keyword setback.
So this is the Five of Pentacles in reverse. Let me just show you what it looks like. Okay. But it is in reverse. It's like, I feel like you've proven yourself to yourself so many times already in this journey so far. Or voyage, that's a better word because this is a long thing. That you know you can handle the next steps. It's just, you really are trying to be smart about it. Does that make sense? And not only that, like, yeah, you know you can handle it, but you're trying to do it the right ways. And that involves you working with yourself and not against yourself. So how do you do that? You work with your nervous system, not against your nervous system. And I feel like that's something that, like, you are trying to, I guess, master in this chapter or in this new one. And your message had a lot to do with you trying to do that, or how to do that. Sorry, that's a better word. How to do that. Okay. So we're going to reveal this card after we look at all the tarot. So for the first card that came through, we have breakthrough with the Seven of Worlds, Seven of Pentacles. This explosion with the volcano is crazy cool. Not to mention how the Seven of Pentacles in regular tarot is all about patience, like not being able to really see the rewards or the fruits of your labor like really come out yet. It's more about like persevering through it and just know that it's coming. But with breakthrough, it's like you're gonna, I don't think, this sounds weird. This is gonna be a rough journey, and it has been for you. Because of that though, in your experience with the roughness aspect to it, this journey might actually end up being so much more enjoyable than the last couple of last phases you've experienced and endured, because this time you're learning how to put joy into the mix. This time you're learning how to put inner peace into the mix. This time you're learning how to put and choose you first always, and show up to it, show up to the goal, show up to the task at hand in the right ways. Does that make sense? Like, you're understanding now that the happiness doesn't need to come at the destination point. Happiness can have been with you this entire time, entire step of the way. You just have to cultivate it. Next up, we have the Six of Crystals with confusion, which is known as the Six of Swords. This wants to be put here. Last two, there's something coming through in my head, but I didn't say anything yet because I wanted to see the last two cards that come through. So the last two cards we have here for you is the Man of Wands, which says actor, but in reverse, which is known as the King of Wands in reverse. Okay, let's look at the pictures. It's a collage card. There's a leader here. There's someone with authority here. There's empowerment here. There's someone that's earned their antlers. They're a fighter, but also a lover. A lot of strength and fire. And lastly, we have the Ten of Cups in reverse with the keyword passion. This is what it looks like, so you can just kind of see the collage. Oops. And I wanted to place this under here, underneath the King of Wands reversed. Okay. So, how to integrate this? The first thing, I guess you can say, because we didn't reveal this final card with the booklet. So
obviously we already dived into the what I said. You got to, the message that came through was kind of how to integrate this next step in your journey, which is to focus on the things you can control, and it's the ability to enjoy every moment of the journey. But how can you do that? How can you find pleasure? You know, there's little things you can do. There are so many things you can do, and I feel like you think that it has to be like a suffering thing, like a sacrifice all the freaking time, when this isn't the case for this part. This part will involve you having charisma. This part will involve you being, having the desire to want to show up because you like doing what it is that this journey is going to have you do or experience or endure or whatever it is. And once you find the beauty in the patient and the waiting process, the waiting game that this journey holds for you and has been holding, and you learn how to keep going amidst maybe your emotional world, amidst maybe what's happening on the outside around the thing that is not your journey. If you can keep going at that point and keep yourself regulated, your nervous system's like really coming through here for how to integrate this message. Like, you're just being called to have more self-awareness and learn when enough is enough each day. Like, take it day by day is what I'm hearing. Like, you're gonna know when to stop each day, and you're gonna know when to keep going. You are capable a lot more than you realize. There are things that you can do that maybe the version of you 2 years ago couldn't do because of how much you've already gone through and experienced up until this point within the journey. It's just now there's more of a light that can shine through and brighter that's going to help you continue to light your path forward, because this part has a lot to do with trust in yourself. This part isn't as much about the technicals more than it is about your heart and where it's trying to guide you next. But the only way to stay connected to that part of you is to make sure that you're enjoying it and not look at work as something negative. You know what I mean? Like, you can reframe those things in your head. Maybe it's through mantras. You know, if you have a phone, if you have a computer, like, literally go on chatgpt.com and share a paragraph, be as specific as freaking possible regarding your situation, and say, I'm looking for a way to shift my perspective. Can you give me, I'm telling you what I do for me, can you give me neuroplasticity backed mantras that I can repeat to myself and write down 3 times a day, and say it out loud 3 times in a row to myself each day for 4 months, because you need at least 4 to 3 months to say it every day to actually start developing new neural pathways. Like, ask ChatGPT that, it won't give you it. You can use the free version, you know what I mean? Because I'm just seeing that you have so much more resources than you realize. Like, use everything that you have to keep going. Remember the buffalo? Like, you have a lot more ability to overcome all of this than you realize. And you thinking I'm in it alone is what's making you stall and holding you back. That's why that Ahimsa rune came in before, because you couldn't hear it before because you were putting yourself in that mindset. Okay, so that's the first way to integrate it. Now, the last way, we're going to read what comes through with this Norse goddess and rune, okay? So we have the Awaz Merkstav rune with Var. Disloyalty, imbalance, and solitude. I swear, some of you guys... Okay, this is crazy. Like, I never got this many synchronicities in 3 piles before. Insane. This card came up for pile number 2 already. So some of you guys did feel called to pile 2 and 3. This is a confirmation for that, along with the Ahimsa rune. This is trippy. But let us read the booklet together and see what else you can do to integrate. I believe that there are some journaling prompts that you can use to reflect after this reading is complete or in your own time. And it should help get, like, the gears moving in your head to kind of start on this journey for the right reasons, like preparation-wise. Okay. I am Var, goddess of the vow
In my name, oaths are sworn, your pledge I allow. I punish disloyalty, those who are untrue, may Ehwaz Merkstav warn of dishonor to you. Okay. I literally just read this for pile 2. I'm going to read to the point that I know will resonate with you guys. Okay? So the divination meaning. Ehwaz Merkstav is the rune of disloyalty. It represents imbalance in the exchange of energy between two people or within oneself. While Ehwaz is the rune of companionship, reversed it shows a lack of partnership, often resulting in isolation or solitude. Perhaps there is some dishonesty in a relationship, perhaps selfishness or thoughtless acts have caused a once balanced partnership into a one-sided struggle. And I think this has to do with the relationship to self, okay? Let me make that clear. Ehwaz Merkstav draws your attention to honor. What have you been acting honorably in your sworn oaths? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Have you been acting honorably in your sworn oaths? Have others upheld their end of the bargain? Reflection is needed on the equity of energy exchange in your life. At times, one person may require more attention, love, and support than the other, and that's normal. However, the balance must shift back so that both participants feel accepted, respected, and an equal partner in the relationship. Promises should not be made if they can't be kept. Ehwaz Merkstav holds the energy of being stagnant, an inability to move forward, unlike Isa, which is literally a rune that you received. Unlike Isa, which is a frozen blockage, this rune reversed is like having the capacity to drive, but the car is faulty. Dive deep into the exploration of what you need to move forward. What is hindering your momentum? What prevents you from taking those next steps towards your future? If you're entering into any contracts or agreements, be sure to check the underlying causes and be sure that what you're signing up for is what you can truly commit to. If there's any doubts, take some time to really think and feel into the situation before taking the plunge. Allow your intuition to guide you in interpreting the motivations and honor of those you may be entering into a contract with and explore the possibilities for holding them accountable. So there obviously was, again, reflections on how you can keep the momentum going. And again, I think that if you didn't already, highly recommend you guys rewind this and take a pause where I was reading in the booklet to take a screenshot of the prompts, like the reflection questions it was asking you regarding the Ehwaz Merkstav. But this is trippy. Again, if you guys feel called to pile 2 and 3, highly recommend, because there are a lot of synchronicities here, but this is different in its own way where this feels like it's more about relationship to self. Does that make sense? Whereas pile 2 did not. Okay. So, to finish up your reading, my beautiful, beautiful souls, we are going to be getting final messages from Source now. So we are going to be pulling out some little paper siblets here. So let's get those out first. Final messages from Source for pile number 3. What are the final messages for pile number 3? Okay, perfect. And we have a Starseed card as well as a Spirit Junkie card that might want to come through. Final messages for pile number 3. Okay. We have 2 cards that came out and I'm going to take it. And lastly, for Spirit Junkie, final messages for pile number 3. Final messages for pile number 3. Okay, beautiful. By the way, guys, I want to make it extremely clear here. I reshuffle and reset all of my decks before each and every pile I record in between, like the shoots, okay? So the fact that you received some of the same exact cards that pile number 2 did is insane to me. Or the symbolisms, you know what I mean? So I just want you to keep that in mind. That was trippy. I'm gonna just take a sip of my infused water. Give me a second. Okay. I've been like so obsessed with infused water. Basically, it's just like herbs
and you just put it in the fridge so it's nice and cool, because it's the summertime while I'm filming this. This is the time it's reading though. So I made like a Skin Glow like herb old mix, because I love herbs and I have a lot of dried herbs and stuff, and like bark and root. And so I made that, and then I just infused it in my fridge for like a couple hours, and it is perfect, you know? And the thing I like about it is you can reuse it a couple times, and I don't know, it just feels so much more refreshing when you're trying to get the benefits of like herbs and stuff, but you don't want to drink hot tea. All right. So maybe there's a reason why I shared that. Maybe that's something you can do. Like for me, that makes me feel so much better. Like when I'm doing these long readings and recordings and stuff, like I love what I do, but at the same time, it can get really tiring for my intuition, especially if I'm not continuously like recharging myself with some sort of sustenance. And instead of just having like basic water, for me, I find this so much more healing and resonant. Like I feel like I'm connecting, it's keeping me grounded, and there's a ritual to that. You know what I mean? So that's a good example of like making the experience, the journey beautiful, worth going through, making the rough road, the rough journey worth going through. Let the turbulence be worth it, pile number 3. Okay, enough with the talking. Before we reveal these siblets, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? We're gonna look at the cards first. So for a starseed card, we have cracked open, rock bottom, surrender to the alchemy of life. I think I might end up reading in the booklet for this one. And lastly, we have the blue flame, spontaneous awakening, activation, integration time. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like this is all like a level up, transcendence. This is what it's reminding me of. Activation, yep, spontaneous awakening. Yes, like in the middle of the journey. And no wonder the 7 of Pentacles in this deck says breakthrough. Now that all makes sense, you know what I mean? But let us read. Actually, I'm gonna do this instead. Okay. Beautiful. Let us look at the meaning of this cracked open card, because I feel like the blue flame can stand on its own, but the cracked open, I feel called to use the booklet, because I feel like there's a message there that you need to hear. I just need to find it. Okay. Okay. Cracked open. Don't let the weight and density of the world squash your tender spirit. Instead, let it call even more of it home, into your body, at the center front of your life. It's through the extreme pressure, yes, of life's trials that diamonds are cultivated. Exactly, you're becoming one, and you've been in the process of becoming one. It's when things are at their darkest that we cultivate proper faith, and our light is ignited. It's through the, oh my God, I messed up my words. It's through the crumbling that we can allow our wounds to be alchemized. Let your pain, sorrow, and losses make you, not break you. Let life alchemize your tragedies into gold. Be open to being cracked open, wide open. It is the difficult times that help us grow in leaps and bounds, and in ways we can only dream were possible. But first, they have to crack us open. Sometimes it hurts, like hell. It's nature's way. Whether you let it happen or not, it is going to happen. So surrender to the process. It's how the light gets in. When your heart cracks open, a space is created for your soul to more fully enter. When your soul cracks open, a space... Okay, I almost thought I repeated the same thing. I'm sorry, I tripped out. Okay. I said when your heart cracks open. Yeah, I'm going to repeat that. I'm so sorry. When your heart cracks open, a space is created for your soul to more fully enter. And when your soul cracks open, a space is created for the grace of the Holy Spirit to enter. Let your trials, your sorrows, your pains, and your losses transform you into more and more of yourself. Yes.
Stay open to the possibility that your tragedies, your losses, your sorrows, and your hurt happened for you, not to you. Bless the thing that broke you down and cracked you open, because the world needs you open. Surrender to the alchemy of life. How can you let life crack you open? Yo, that was beautiful. Now I know why I felt called to read it. Now I know exactly why. That makes a lot of sense now. Okay. Let us read the affirmation that wanted to come through before we start looking at all these papers. It says, I am a light worker in disguise. I don't have to talk about it. I can just be it. Beautiful. You are on your next step to evolution, ascension. Pile number 3. Let us look at all the papers that came through. For the first one, we have you're not too much. You're just in a world that benefits when you stay unsure of yourself. You are not too much. You're just in a world that benefits when you stay unsure of yourself. Your nervous system, Your nervous system isn't resisting change. It's waiting for proof it is safe. Your nervous system isn't resisting change. It's waiting for proof it's safe. Oh wow, that's kind of trippy because you got the Venus card. Venus wants you to know, are you building this life to be loved or to feel alive? Exactly. Venus wants you to know, are you building this life to be loved or to feel alive? You're not behind. You're just early to a timeline that hasn't fully downloaded yet. You're not behind. You're just early to a timeline that hasn't fully downloaded yet. Oh, sorry, I realize that I'm leaving them open. Okay. And lastly, my beautiful pile number 3s. I'm trying to make sure I'm not blocking anything. Lilith energy is loud right now. If you feel too much, that's your power trying to get out of the cage. Lilith energy is loud right now. If you feel too much, that's your power trying to get out of the cage. And if you haven't noticed, by the way, I just wanted to make it clear, Lilith is astrological terms. Like Venus, I'm talking about the astrology, the planets, the meteors and stuff, okay? So Lilith is like the wounded rebel. It's the shadow moon. It's the side of you that is like rebellious in nature, that the part of you that won't want to change for anyone or anything. Does that make sense? So just keep that in mind. But all right. Okay, pile number 3. This is it for you when it comes to the message that you couldn't hear until now. And I really, really hope that you enjoyed this reading. I hope that it gave you everything you needed to move forward and take the next essential and necessary steps forward to keep at it, to go get what it is you're trying to go gain in life. Because you are capable of a lot more than you realize. And here's the thing.
This is something that has been in the works for quite a while, okay? I think we can make that very clear because of the reading everywhere. But your counsel today showed up to remind you that it's not just about finishing the race. It's about enjoying every step and stride you take to get to the finish line. Because you're not racing against anyone. You're doing this for you because you love you enough to want to get there. Please remember that. Please, from the bottom of my heart, you are doing this for yourself because you love yourself enough to get there, to live in that reality, to experience it at its fullest. We gotta go through this shit that we don't want to go through to get to that good point. And there could be so much goodness in the shit, okay? You got to open your horizons and see it that way, though. And that is through reflecting, going back in your past and asking yourself, what are the things that actually brought you joy? What were the things that made you feel like you were escaping for a little bit, where you could feel like a kid again and connect to that inner child within you? Because that's what's gonna help light you up in the moments where you feel like you're in the dark a little too long, okay? So I just want to let you know that I send you so much flipping unconditional love. Feel free to comment down below if you ended up selecting this pile, or share your story, share your experience, because I can really resonate with this. And I just want to let you know, like, this part is hard. If you're going through it right now, like, this part is hard, but I kid you not, if you get through it, you're going to know yourself more than you would have been able to if you didn't go through it. Does that make sense? And so, like, it's worth it. I'm just gonna say that from someone who made it out, it's worth it. I send you guys so much unconditional love and light and good fortune, because you guys are gonna do it. I believe in you. And just know you got someone in your corner rooting for you. I send you, again, love, and I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Hopefully I will see you in my next pick a card readings to come.